Hello and welcome in, folks. This is the 400th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody who's tuning in, I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. We have a long day of debates in front of us, but you heard that right. We are on the 400th episode. That is huge. That is monumental. I mean, genuinely just unbelievable how long we've been able not just to do this, but do this so successfully and change so many minds and bring so many more people to the light and the truth about, the world we live in and the government that governs over us. I just, wow, it's incredible. But anyways, folks, big day today. I mean, if you've never been here before, what we do is we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds with facts, reason, and logic. Because Donald Trump is the worst president of your life and mine. Now, if you are a Trump supporter watching over on TikTok, make sure to hop inside of that queue, given that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll happily get you loaded up in here. Now, we also like to go through the breaking news on a daily basis. Today's breaking news is last night, in the middle of the night, Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. Today's 6-3 Supreme Court decision is a big win for equal protection under the law as it returns to the Voting Rights Act, or it returns the Voting Rights Act to its original intent, which was to protect against intentional racial discrimination. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the recent SCOTUS ruling, they essentially ruled that racial demographics cannot be taken into consideration when districting or redistricting or gerrymandering, prior to the fact that they, could be taken into consideration in many circumstances had to, in order to prevent marginalized communities in this country from being disproportionately underrepresented compared to, like, for instance, white people. So it's a pretty bad ruling that inevitably will just give more power to the states to gerrymander their states and also in turn suppress the voices of marginalized communities living within them. We are going to go ahead and try to get that very first guest of the day up for debate. So only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could please do your best to follow the rules. If you want to know what the rules are, they are literally in the middle of the phone screen. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules. We're going to go to get that first guest of the night. Heated power loaded up into the queue right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
What year were you born in?
2006, March 19th.
And why the hell do you support Trump as president?
You should address you saying the N-word.
Okay, I have for years.
Oh, you have? That's good.
Yeah,
also, Phil said it too. He posted it on Snapchat.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, you shouldn't have it on your live streams anymore.
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
Because he has a lot of aura.
This guy's trolling. Okay, we're going to go ahead and try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. We got a whole bunch of trolls inside of the queue today. It's been really hard recently trying to find Trump supporters.
I love you, Dean.
Janet, I'm going to go ahead and ban your account for breaking our rules, and unfortunately, I'm going to continue to do that to everybody who does break them today. Because I can't get a break. Holy moly. Ugh. You know what? I was before I went live, I was actually watching a clip from my live stream where we had this sicko arguing that it was just totally fine for Donald Trump to barge into the dressing rooms of the naked beauty pageant contestants than to, like, turn around and say it was funny. He was saying that's just something that all men do and there was nothing wrong with it whatsoever. And then he made a joke about him being a rapist. So it kind of has me wondering what remains of the MAGA men and where do they stand? Blue Girl, I appreciate you so much for that unicorn fantasy. So, we're actually going to quickly go on a hunt for a MAGA man, and we're going to ask them about that. I want to ask them about, what their take is on how the hell can they consolidate supporting a, fool that is engaged in sexual violence as president. I know that we talk about that a lot, but, I'm just really curious about that right now specifically. Welcome in, Mr. Press. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, how old are you?
45.
45 sounds good, man. Now, answer me this. Would you still support Trump as president, given that you knew for a fact he had engaged in sexual violence and laughed about it, called it funny?
If you laughed about it and also like intentionally knew like all the relevant details, yeah. If you could prove that, then yeah.
So you stopped supporting
I came to just speak on your... yeah, given that all those premises are true, Dean, I just came to correct two things that you said on a prior stream. You were spreading slight misinformation about normative ethics and meta-ethics. I mean, I don't know if you want me to, but...
I mean, if you want to quickly before I prove to you that Donald Trump has done what I've accused him of, so you'll hopefully stop supporting Trump, feel free.
Yeah. So you were saying that you were trying to grill somebody else by saying that like normative ethics is detached from meta-ethics, right?
No, they're not detached. It's just not a subcategory.
Okay. Well, there might be a counterexample, like divine command theory. A lot of people would say is typically classified as a meta-ethical theory, but it could also be viewed as a sort of like by implication of that a normative ethical framework because it tells you about the guides.
Academia considers divine command theory to be normative. I mean, we took an ethics class.
So it's meta-ethical and normative.
Well, I mean, technically not. Like, they would attribute the meta-ethical view of like realism or objectivism in most circumstances to divine command theory. But those two things do kind of have an intrinsic relation because of the nature of divine command theory. But that's where like that's where the you for Freud dilemma comes in.
And it also so it also, it technically also posits like a semantic thesis because it says like the word right technically like literally just means commanded by God. So that would be the normative view that something is normatively good. No, that'd be the meta-ethical part.
No, I disagree. I think that'd be the normative
the semantic part. I'm just saying like the literal semantic part about the meaning of the word. Like usually a semantic thesis is attributed to meta-ethical theories, like error theory, for example.
Like the semantic part, like you're saying, like this thing is right and this is where the rightness is coming from, is like the command from God.
Like yeah, the word is like it's analytically true that good just equals commanded by God. So that's the only thing I want to say about that. And then before you prove to me Trump's thing,
okay. I mean that's okay. That's a fair point. I kind of feel like
it's a little iffy.
So like divine command theory, I would still yet say in that circumstance that wouldn't make normative ethics a subcategory of meta ethics, but that definitely would demonstrate a very strong correlate between.
It's a plausible candidate.
But I never said that they were separate. Of course, they're going to be intertwined with one another. But anyways, I appreciate you for the thought. Now, you said that you would stop supporting Trump as president if you knew for certain that he had engaged in sexual violence and then laughed about it, right?
Well, the reason that I also added the condition about if he knew about it is because I know that technically you can't prove other people's internal mental states. So I kind of added a bad faith condition there. But I mean, I get your point. You're saying that like we can make an abductive inference to say that he probably knew that this was wrong, right?
What do you mean?
Are you understanding my point that like people's internal mental states, you agree that we don't have direct access to people's internal mental states. That's why they talk about like the hard problem of consciousness in philosophy. So when I added the condition about like
their mental states to us, like for example,
in theory,
here's a clip of Donald Trump communicating to us that he's engaged in sexual violence.
Yes, but he could be lying when he says that he knows it's wrong, in theory. That's why I added the bad faith conditional.
But we'd have reason to reject that he's lying. But let's go ahead and take a listen to the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence.
And it's your obligation
Let's hear it.
to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Cool. So you said that you would stop supporting Donald Trump as president if he had engaged in sexual violence and laughed about it. Well, the definition of sexual violence is just engaging in any unconsensual sexual act. And he admitted to engaging in an unconsensual sexual act by barging into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants and looking at them when they had no clothes on. Of course, that'd be unconsensual because there'd be a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men in these spaces. And we know that that reasonable expectation of privacy was upheld in the clip in which he was referencing due to the fact that he said in order to get in there, he didn't need the consent of the women. He barged in there there due to the fact that he's the owner under the guise of doing a false inspection. Then he said that inside of that space, they had no clothes on. Okay, so he was looking at their naked bodies unconsensually.
Absolutely, I'm with you on that point.
Unconsensual acts. Now, to the next point, you said, well, he could be lying. I don't think that there's a reasonable possibility of him lying in this clip. The reason why I'd say that is because people lie for reasons. Okay, usually those reasons are for their self-benefit or maybe the benefit of somebody in which they care about. However, if we want to isolate and identify all of the reasons in which people lie, we will come to the conclusion that seemingly none of those reasons applied to what Donald Trump said on this radio show, because it clearly didn't better position himself optically with the people that he cared about. To admit to sexual violence, it didn't make him look like a better person. It didn't further his career in any positive direction. Not to mention that we do have, first-hand accounts from some of the women that were sexually exploited in these beauty pageant contestants coming forward.
I'm with you on this point. I hear you on this point. Absolutely. We could absolutely say that we're most likely certain. That's why I added the bad faith conditional, that we know in an infallible way, because I know that we can't technically prove things for certain. But I just wanted to ask something. I'll concede that point. Well, not really a concession, but I'll say that I understand you on that point. So you don't support besides Trump? My bad faith. The only thing I want to ask before I say that is, are you willing to discuss the T stuff? I'm assuming you know what I'm talking about, the trans.
I'm willing to discuss anything pertinent to the topic of discourse, and I don't think that trans people are pertinent to the topic of discourse. I think that'd be a deflection.
Okay.
Seriously, this is just an evaluation if we would support somebody as president that's engaged in sexual violence. Okay. Right. And inside of the conversation of sexual violence, we're just going to be looking at, these two criteria: engaging in a sexual act unconsensually. If anybody engages in a sexual act unconsensually, then they are guilty of sexual violence. It doesn't matter if they're a trans person or a cis person. And seemingly, we have now reasonably concluded that Donald Trump has met those two criteria. So I think a lot of people, especially that'll debate on this subject, will try to make it into a conversation about trans people. Like, oh, Dean, you're a hypocrite because you think it's wrong when Trump goes in, but you don't think it's wrong when a trans woman uses a woman's restroom. First point, that's just a prime example of the ad quoque fallacy. Okay, it's a point of hypocrisy from the person which is bearing the propositions that are true. I'm most likely mispronouncing it.
Isn't it I thought it was tu quoque. Maybe there's another term for it, but
probably two different terms to refer to the same thing. But then on top of that, I could have good reason insofar as why I don't believe, that a trans woman is engaging in sexual violence when she walks into a woman's restroom. But clearly you don't have good reason insofar as the instantiation of the notion that Donald Trump wasn't engaging in sexual violence when he went into these dressing rooms. So if you accept that Donald Trump was engaging in sexual violence when he went into these dressing rooms, and earlier you acknowledged that if he did do that, you'd stop supporting him as president, I don't understand why you're still up on my live arguing that Trump should be president.
So I'll just make 2 quick points. So number one, I knew exactly what clip you were referring to on the Howard Stern show. I absolutely agree that Trump did that and probably knew it was wrong. So the reason that I added the bad faith conditional was just because of the fact that I know you technically can't prove other people's mental states, right? So, and again, the only way that I could sort of justify my position from then on is probably taking some sort of utilitarian view, maybe some hedonic utilitarian view, just saying, okay, Trump did this, but look at all these other overriding reasons, right? And then the last thing I want to say is I just looked it up. Yeah, it does seem to be tu quoque, not an ad quoque. I don't know if you mix up ad hominem and tu quoque, maybe.
Probably.
But yeah, okay, that's fine.
So is that your view, right? Even though he engaged in sexual violence, you just still support him as president because of his policy?
From a utilitarian perspective, yeah. I could technically justify it. What was that?
Is that your perspective?
Well, unfortunately, there is some evidence for utilitarianism. I could cite you papers, but I honestly didn't come to debate. I just wanted to see if you're willing to discuss the T topic in the future, because somebody told me that you don't anymore because it could get you flagged. But if you are, then
you didn't come up here to debate me about the prompt.
Well, I mainly came up to correct you on the last 2 things that you said to the prior guest. That's really what I came here to do.
Even the correction there kind of failed because it still failed to instantiate that normative ethics is a subcategory of metaethics. But regardless of that, I just want to clarify that right now you're not willing to debate about why you support Trump as president.
The reason would be part of the things that you were not willing to discuss, like the T topic. And
you could give whatever argument you want for why you support Trump, but you don't happen to be the person giving the argument. I happen to be the individual giving the argument against it, right? Right before I brought you up, I said I want to ask a Trump supporting man about their support for Trump, and I'm giving you an argument insofar as why you shouldn't support Trump as president. Are you willing to engage in my argument or not?
Yeah, I mean, so the Howard Stern point, I just told you I would concede the point, obviously, because there's no defense of it. I told you that I would just invoke some utilitarian argument to try to justify the pro-Tonto reason for.
So
Yeah,
it is your
but
position
told
that
me
you
you're
still
not-
support him as president, even though engaged in sexual violence. Perfect. I have a clarifying question on that. So if Jeffrey Epstein, in everything that Jeffrey Epstein has done, ran for president on Trump's policy, would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Okay, so there seems to be like some threshold here of how bad of a person one can be,
Yeah,
or even if you
obviously,
think that you
ethics
agree
is
with
all
their policy,
thresholds.
you wouldn't make them president. I would say Donald Trump has crossed that threshold through the threat of genocide against 90 million Iranians, through raping E. Jean Carroll, through sexually exploiting the beauty pageant contestants, through his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, he's been lying to us since 2019, saying that I never knew what Epstein was doing. Now we're seeing new files released from the DOJ where Donald Trump actually called the local sheriff after Epstein was originally arrested and told him, "Thank God you got him. We've all known about his heinous crimes all along." So that was a lie. Or like the letter that he sent to Epstein in 2003 depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Or even some of the outcomes of his policy, like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, or the tomahawk that killed the 160 girls in the elementary school in southern Iran. I'd say that all of these things and much more, like maybe even what he did on J6 with the whole fake elector scheme, where he installed FAKE ballots for himself,
Dean, before
and then
you throw
pressured Mike
20
Pence into
points,
accepting. Like all of these 20, plus points, or I would argue would ultimately instantiate Donald Trump's character to be irredeemable to the extent of representation as somebody that we would never want to run our country.
Yeah, I hear you on those points, but I need to know that you did say that you're not willing to discuss the tea topic because you don't think it's relevant. So if that's the primary thing I've wanted to debate you on, like in the past, then we wouldn't.
Yeah,
really have...
I'm willing to discuss things that are relevant. I don't see how trans people would be relevant to a single point I've made since you've joined.
Okay, well, I mean, if you just don't think it's relevant, then yeah, that's fine. Do you remember me from by the way, Johnny's panel when you were Johnny P, I think, and we were debating? Do you remember that? That's specifically why I came back, because I remember last time.
Now that you mention it, I do remember you. But I mean,
yeah, remember we were on like an 8 versus 1 panel. It was like Johnny was there, and I'll remind you. I asked him, "What system of logic do you hold to?"
Yeah,
and then you said,
yeah,
"I'm
yeah,
willing to bet." And then you said, "I'm willing to bet a pretty penny this guy doesn't actually support Trump." Do you remember that line you said?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think that you're. I don't think that you're a Trump supporter. Just think that you claim to be a Trump supporter to get on these lives.
Yeah, I know. So, dude, I'm LARPing. I just want to debate you on the trans stuff. But
Oh my god! I was right. Well, I appreciate you for like letting me know in good faith. Okay, because yeah, I do remember calling you out that you're not actually a Trump supporter, and it seems like I was right. We're gonna go to kick him and move on. So today we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. You have a good rest of your day, but like, holy. Guys, please don't waste my time. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. My God, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Okay, so I'm Canadian. I just got a question for you because I'm not sure how debates totally
I appreciate you
work.
so much for coming up, man, but we are looking for American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. Please, 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 only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got the next guest, Ethan, loading up into the box right now. Please follow our rules. My goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the 400th episode of the Dean Withers Show, by the way. We're off to a great start, 23 minutes in, no debates. All right, moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Well, what?
You're paid by the DNC, Dean.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm old enough.
Which is?
18.
What year were you born?
2007, August 18.
Okay, and why are you like insane?
I'm
What?
not
Yes,
Why
you
don't you
are.
just-
You just think that reality is your sandbox where you could just make believe whatever you want. Clearly, I'm not
Why
paid
don't
by
you
the
just
DNC, and clearly you don't
disclose
have
it
any
in front of your
evidence.
fans? Why don't you just disclose it? We both know it.
Disclose what?
That you're paid by the DNC.
Oh, okay. So what's your evidence that I'm paid by the DNC?
You know it.
Well, seemingly I don't. That's why I'm asking.
You and Parker. Both of you guys.
Okay. Do you have evidence?
Ton.
What's that?
I have a ton of evidence.
Oh, okay. Can you show it to me?
It's just going to take me a long time to find it.
It's gonna take you a while to find it. Okay. Well, do you like kind of remember what it is? Like, can you just like vaguely go over it? No.
But we both know it. Why don't you just tell your 14,000 fans? Just tell your 14,000 fans, Dean.
You're goofy as hell, Mark. Get out of my life. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be back. And let's go to get the next guest, Trey Ferguson, loaded up into the box. Bro, what are we doing? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, bro. Dude, come on, Mark. Get out of here. That was embarrassing for you. That was fucking embarrassing for you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Please only hop inside of the queue if you're following our rules. You know what our rules are. You have to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I wish that we could just, get into debate. Just be patient. We will. Macedonian Empire. Do you support Trump? Macedonian Empire. Hello? Okay, dude, I had them up earlier. They just it says in their bio that they're 43. I don't know. Maybe they just can't figure that damn phone out. Let's go to get that next guest in here. Jenna, thank you so much for the Gene team. I really appreciate you. Jack Doherty, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
January.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go to thank a couple people, then I'll pass you up, Mike. Igor, appreciate you for the €5 on Super Chat. Who says, where's Momo? Oh, she's like sleeping on her bed right now. She was really cute before I went live. Finney, thank you for the $5. Tsunami, thank you for the 5. And Polly, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much for that. Thank you so very much for the love. Polly with the 20 says, hey, Dean, I appreciate your dedication, intelligence, and willingness to debate these insane people. The way that they rationalize Trump's behavior is absolutely insane. Keep up the good fight. Oh, Polly, it is insane. You are in for a treat if you stick around. You will see it firsthand. They are nuts. Alpha Muskrat, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. He says, Dean Withers equals the karma police of Trump supporters. Well, I'm trying to hold him accountable, right? On Venmo, thank you so much for the $40, Brooklyn. Oh my God, thank you, Brooklyn. Let's get 400 Brooklyn W's down below that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that love and support. Brooklyn with a $40 says, I went on break to deposit my tips for the day. Here's a tip for helping me to survive my MAGA patrons. Brooklyn, thank you so much for the love and support. That is beyond kind of you, and I'm so very grateful for you, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Show some love to Brooklyn down below for the 40. Same thing to Mary. Thank you so much for the $10. Mary, it's great to see you today as always. And Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Elizabeth and Mary. And then Samantha with the 10 who says, I told myself I'd study when you went live. My head hit the pillow and then you went live. No rest for the weary. Well, I mean, hey, that's a good way to keep yourself motivated because I go live for 4 hours, 7 days a week. So you'll be studying 4 hours, 7 days a week. Best of luck to you. Thank you for the $10. Then quickly, we have a couple people to thank over on PayPal. Thank you, SJ, for the $15 donation. I appreciate you, SJ. It's good to see you today. Thank you for the love and support. Fussy, thank you for the $6. And Harold, thank you so much for the $40 donation. Thank you so much for the love, Harold, for the 400th episode. That is so very kind of you. Let's get 400 Harold W's down below. Same thing to Dominic. Thank you for the $10 who says, I appreciate you, Parker, and the whole team. I appreciate you, Dominic. Aaliyah, thank you for the $4. And this is the last one of the day. Vanessa, thank you so very much for the $105 donation on PayPal. I don't know what's going on. We've been live for 28 minutes. We haven't even started that first debate yet, and you guys are already being so kind. Thank you so fucking much, Vanessa, from the bottom of my heart. Genuinely, thank you so very much for the love and support. While we're hopping into this next debate, I want to see 1,000 Vanessa W's down below in that chat. Thank you so very much. And Vanessa told me that no need to read the message out loud, so I will keep it up myself, but just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to the GOAT, Vanessa, down below. Seriously, that is beyond kind of you. Now, Mr. Jack, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
I think he's a good president. I like his policies.
Which one?
Border.
Border is not a policy. That it's a physical location on the southern and northern parts of the country. So what's your favorite policy?
Well, since he's became president, there's been less crossings.
Okay. Are you 17?
No. I think your chat is stupid.
Everybody in the chat is just saying that. I mean, I looked at your account. You literally don't have any posts. You don't have a bio. I don't think that there's any way they could determine you're 17. So feel free to give me evidence, folks. But he said he was 18 and gave a birth date that lined up with that. So go to take it away. What's your favorite border policy of Trump's?
Well, like I said, there's just been less crossings.
Oh, okay. Why has there been less crossings? Tell me.
Because he's secured the border more.
He secured the border more. What has he done to better secure the border?
He's put down a bunch of stuff like police. He's put down
Police on the southern border?
security. Yeah.
Oh, security. Okay, like the military. Do you think that the border was secure under Biden?
Not at all. No.
Even though we had tens of thousands of military troops deployed, both from America and Mexico? So it seems like deploying military troops doesn't secure the southern border. So what else did Trump do to secure it? Because clearly that wasn't it.
Well, there's been less crossings, so yeah.
Well, then it seems like your argument's circular. You're just saying that Trump secured the border, and you know that because there's less crossings, and he was able to influence there to be less crossings by securing the border, and you know that because there's less crossings. Listen, here's what I'd say. I don't think that there's less undocumented entry into America today because Trump has secured the border, but rather because Trump has scared them away. The immigrants that are inside this country are getting their human, natural, and constitutional rights violated by the Trump administration, regardless if it's college students getting black-bagged and shipped off to detention centers illegally, or legal residents getting thrown in ICE detention centers for 3 months because of their free speech, or 300 Venezuelan immigrants being deported with no due process illegally to a place in El Salvador where they've been beaten and tortured. People are scared of coming into this country, not just immigrants, but also tourists.
No, only illegal immigrants.
But undocumented immigration is not the only thing that's down. And that's why I think that my hypothesis here is strong. That no, we're not seeing a reduction in undocumented entry because of better border security from Trump, but because they're literally too scared to enter, so they turn around.
Well, isn't that a good thing? Illegal immigrants turning around?
It's not a good thing because what's causing it is the violation of human, natural, and constitutional rights.
How is it a violation?
How is it a violation of somebody's natural rights to deport them without due process? Because due process is a natural right.
But they're illegal immigrants. I mean,
so are illegal immigrants, quote unquote, still humans?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know that a natural right would be a right in which is inalienable to that of a human? All human people have natural rights, including under the eyes of the Constitution.
It's not a right to be in America.
Well, you have a right that if you are in America, regardless if you're a citizen, immigrant, or not, or otherwise, you still have due process. I mean, the 4th and 14th Amendment are clear. All humans, all people who are in America have a claim to due process because it's a natural right.
So what you're saying is anyone should be able to come to America whenever they want.
No, what I'm saying is that everybody in America should have their natural rights protected.
Oh, all right.
And that's what the Constitution says. So, do you understand now how, yeah, the Trump administration is violating the human and natural rights of people?
Not really, but I kind of think it's a good thing.
So the Trump administration is deporting people without due process. Okay, people have due process. Therefore, therefore they are violating their constitutional and natural right to due process. It's very simple.
Okay, well, so it's not a good thing that illegal immigrants are not coming into the country.
So it's not a good thing that we are scaring undocumented entry away by infringing upon people's human rights. Yeah.
But they're illegal. They're not supposed to be here.
So I don't care if they're undocumented immigrants or not. If you infringe on somebody's human rights, that is bad.
But it's not a right to be in America. It's a privilege.
Being in America, okay, if we want to remove somebody from it, we still have to do so without infringing on their human rights. Right? Like, for instance, do you think that you have a right to be in my house?
No.
No, okay. It'd be a privilege to be in my house. So if you came into my house and I knew that you weren't posing any threat, I knew that you weren't armed, I knew that you weren't here to kill me, you were maybe just, here to, I don't know, grab a cup of water.
Illegal immigrants are.
Do you think that I could just kill you on the spot, infringe on your human rights because you don't have a right to be here? It's a privilege.
Well, if I was breaking into your house, yeah.
Well, I just posited that under this circumstance, I knew that you weren't going to hurt me. I knew that you weren't here to cause any harm. You're just here to grab a cup of water.
How would you know that?
Well, because this is in a hypothetical universe, we're assuming that I do. What the fuck? Maybe I personally knew you. Like, Like hello?
Well, illegal immigrants come to America and kill and rob stores, kill
Oh,
people.
wow. Yeah, they're also 2.5 times less likely to commit any violent crimes on American soil compared to natural U.S.-born American citizens. And it doesn't seem like you care about violent crimes because you made a violent criminal president. He raped E. Jean Carroll, sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants and girls,
we don't
and then
know
you
that
said
he
he needs to
raped
be
her.
the most powerful man alive.
How do you know that he raped her? I mean,
Because that was the
a bunch
findings
of
of a
women
court.
say men rape them, and it's not true.
Okay. Well, actually, you'd be surprised. Only around 4 to 7% of rape allegations are false. But, I mean, this wasn't just an allegation out of the blue. This was an allegation that was then taken to court and agreed to by a unanimous jury of 9 that ruled Donald Trump was guilty of raping her.
No, the court said that he wasn't.
Oh, okay. The court said that he didn't rape her. Got it. Okay. I have a question. Can we agree that our definitions of the word rape would include the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers unconsensually?
But back then, that wasn't the case. It would have to be.
It doesn't
penis.
seem like you're answering my question.
Wait, say it again, please.
Okay, for sure. Can we agree that the way that both you and I define the word rape, it would include the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers?
Yeah, but we don't know that he did that. She could just be saying that.
Oh. The court ruled and found him guilty of forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers unconsensually. Therefore, the court ruled that he raped her, in accordance with your definition and mine.
Yeah, but she could just be saying that. You know,
Because you can't just say things and then get a unanimous jury of 9 to agree to you, especially when the person you're saying them about is a billionaire that could hire the best lawyers in the world. Not to mention that the court documents are public. We can read through them and evaluate the evidence on our own. Have you done an analysis of the evidence in the rape case?
Actually, yeah.
Okay, cool. Name 3 pieces of evidence submitted to the court case. Cheryl, thank you for the motorcycle.
Her dress.
Nope, already wrong. The dress was never formally submitted as a piece of evidence to the court case.
Oh, it wasn't?
Yeah, because the judge had to reject it because Trump wouldn't supply his DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress. DB, thank you for the galaxy.
All right, let's hear your 3 definitions.
3 definitions? Do you mean 3 examples?
Yeah.
Sure, of course. Well, you had the testimony of E. Jean Carroll, which had held consistent and told the same tale for over 30 years straight, as corroborated by 4 of her friends and therapist notes from the 90s. You also had the fact that under deposition, Donald Trump lied about never meeting her, in which she then responded to with a picture of them together, or the fact that Donald Trump claimed he never have raped her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a picture of his ex-wife Marla Maples to be her under deposition, so clearly she was his type. Now, although it wasn't formally submitted as a piece of evidence, you had the dress in which she claimed to have his DNA on it, which she tried to submit to the court, but because Donald Trump refused to submit his DNA to the court, it was ultimately rejected. But why would an innocent man that could prove his innocence and exonerate himself by merely submitting his DNA to be tested against other DNA in a dress of a woman that he never met refuse to do so? That doesn't make any sense. That increases the probability that he's guilty. You also had a psychotherapist, evaluate her testimony when saying that Donald Trump raped her and gave the specifics, and the psychotherapist said, well, it seems to be the case predicated on the way that she's saying it, her body language and tonal indicators that she's telling the truth. On top of all of Donald Trump's priors, like admitting to other forms of sexual violence or saying that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first.
Yeah, but, she does not like Trump, and she might just be trying to, ruin his life.
Did you know that
women
rape victims
do.
typically don't
Men.
like the people who rape them?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of women don't like Trump, so obviously a lot of women are going to try to make him sound bad.
Do a lot of women, can we agree that a lot of women don't like Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
Does this mean that you don't believe the Epstein accusers because, quote unquote, a lot of women didn't like him?
No.
Oh, okay. Thanks for conceding.
Yeah, but so like I said, I don't believe her and what she said because
Why?
I know a lot of people who were accused of raping someone, and it was just a rumor. It was a lie.
Oh, okay. So this is just going generally back to you not believing people that accuse others of rape. So then why do you believe the people that accused Epstein?
Because there's more proof. There's not
Like?
there's not enough proof for
Can
Trump.
you just give me a comparative analysis of like the evidence that Epstein was a rapist compared to the evidence that Trump was a rapist? Demonstrate that there was more proof.
Well, I mean,
No, because you don't know the evidence. You don't even know the evidence. You don't even know the evidence about Epstein, but you just know, okay, that he did it, okay, because that's what courts have said. Courts have said that Epstein did it, therefore you believe that Epstein did it, which is very fair, by the way. Generally, our criminal justice system is reliable. Usually it gets it right. Okay? So I don't understand why we treat it any differently for Trump. Court said Trump raped a woman. We should treat Trump like a rapist, especially considering the fact that when we do an analysis of the evidence that convinced the jury, it becomes clear that the court got it right. Now, how about I described to you, all the evidence insofar as, why this man is guilty, why the jury ruled his guilt. Can you please tell me why all of that evidence is insufficient? Because it kind of just sounds like you're saying it's insufficient, but you're not giving an argument insofar as why it's insufficient.
Well, the DNA of the men the men DNA on the dress could have been any men.
Yeah, it could have been any man's DNA, and we will never know because Donald Trump refused to submit his DNA to the court, which kind of tells me that Trump knew it was his.
Or he just didn't want to get involved. I mean, she's just probably just trying to... He just didn't want to get involved.
Well, he was already involved. He was sitting in that courtroom for 4 years straight. What the hell do you mean he didn't want to get involved?
Because he obviously didn't rape her. He's just saying.
So it seems like your argument is, Dean, although you could describe all the evidence to me, it wasn't rape. Although you could describe all the evidence to me, clearly you're wrong. Although you could describe all the evidence to me, there's not enough. So it kind of just sounds like you're doing this absurdist denial of the truth.
Case.
You mean the jury verdict form?
Yeah.
Sure, I have it right here. Well, welcome in Real American Debates. I thought I'd bring you up here to join in and do a 2v1. How does that sound?
It's good to me, Dean.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. So both of you guys believe that.
Look at that.
Look at the jury verdict form. So when we read the jury verdict form, question number 1 says, did Trump rape her? It says no. Question number 2 says, did Trump sexually abuse her? It says yes. So why do I confidently say that he raped her? Do you know?
You tell me.
Well, I actually already did. It's because the action that the jury ruled Donald Trump to be guilty of is something that we colloquially understand to be rape, which was the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with any part of a man's body. And the reason why this wasn't legally considered to be rape was because of the strict and narrow legal definition that New York upheld in 2022, which was just merely the penetration of the vagina with a penis unconsensually, didn't include the penetration of a vagina with a finger.
How do you know that she did that just because she said that?
Now you're changing the goalpost away from what did the court rule to how do we know the court's ruling was right. So can you concede that in accordance with your definition of rape and mine, the court ruled that he raped her?
What do you mean my definition and yours?
You don't understand what I mean when I say, according to your definition of rape, did they rule he's a rapist? I don't know how I could make that any easier for you to understand.
I didn't say my definition.
You actually shared something about it. You said that under your definition of rape, you would consider the forceful penetration of a vagina with a man's fingers to be rape.
Yeah, if that happened, but
right.
That didn't
So
happen.
can we agree that in accordance with your definition of rape and mine, the court rules that he raped her?
No, it's saying right there that he didn't.
Wait, but that's not in accordance with your definition of mine. That was in accordance with the New York State definition from 3 years ago.
Still, it says no. What are you talking about?
I know, but that's not in accordance with your definition and mine. The question that I asked you was in accordance with your definition and mine, did the court rule that he raped her?
No.
Why?
Because the court said that he didn't.
How many times do I need to describe this? When the court says that he didn't rape her, that's not the court saying that he didn't rape her in accordance with your definition or mine. That's the court saying that he didn't rape her in accordance with the New York State definition.
The court says.
Okay. So now you're just refusing to answer the question. Because keep in mind the question is, in accordance with your definition and mine, did the court rule that he raped her? And your response is, and I quote, my definition doesn't matter? Oh, okay. Well, I think it does. So answer the question.
So anyone's definition. So someone comes to America.
Oh, it doesn't seem like you're answering the
from
question.
Europe. Fine, yes.
Oh, okay. So the answer is yes. So the court did rule that he raped her. Now tell me, why don't you think that your definition of rape matters?
Well, because it just doesn't.
Okay,
I mean,
just doesn't.
someone can come from China to America and say their definition on rape, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
So you think the only definition of rape that matters is the legal one?
Yeah. What are you
Can
talking
we
about?
agree that there was more than 0 enslaved individuals that were raped during American slavery?
Wait, say that again?
Can we agree that there's more than 0 enslaved individuals that were raped during American slavery?
More than 0.
At least
Yeah, there's
one.
more.
Yes.
Okay. According to what court?
Well, there wasn't court back then.
There was court back then, but there wasn't a single court nor a single law that considered enslaved individuals to be people. So when white individuals, particularly the slave owners, would force themselves upon the non-white enslaved individuals, it was not legally considered to be rape. So if the legal definition of rape is all that matters, then you'd actually uphold the notion that there were 0 enslaved individuals that were raped during American slavery. All right? But
Well,
clearly
were
the
you
response
alive
here
back
would
then? How do you know that?
well, how do I know what the law was during slavery,
How do you
even though I
know
wasn't
people were
alive?
raped?
How
You
do I
weren't
know that
alive.
people were raped? Are
Back
you
then, you
so
weren't alive.
now you're rejecting? So now you're saying you don't know if there was a single enslaved individual raped over the 250-year span of the legalization of slavery? Really?
Well, I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm saying, how do you know?
How do we know? Using common
How
sense.
do we know?
Yeah, we could use common sense to conclude that slaves were raped. I mean, they were turned into property for life. Okay, they were probably raped too. Like I'm sorry, I don't want it to do like any more intensive work than that. Like I feel like if I were to start describing to you like the recorded testimony and lives of enslaved individuals, or like the recorded testimony and descriptions of the slave owners, how they would impregnate through rape the black enslaved individuals to then produce more offspring for quote unquote free slaves, like it would honestly just be a little bit sour. Like why do I even have to give you this evidence of something that we all know occurred? Stop being dense, you idiot.
All right, I think you're being dense.
You're the one arguing that we don't know that people were raped during slavery. Who are you to say that anybody other than you is being dense?
Well, I mean, we don't know that. I mean, we could use common sense, but we don't know 100% for sure.
Wait, then how do you know 100% for sure that slavery even happened at all?
Dean,
There's proof.
Just
Dean,
like there's
everyone's-
proof of enslaved individuals getting raped.
Dean, everyone's commenting that your account got banned.
Nope, wasn't about me. You guys want to know something great? This guest, the guest that I'm debating, his TikTok account got banned. That is great. I'm so fucking happy.
Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you.
'cause I got mass reported.
Thank you so much for getting banned. I love that for you. As soon as I disconnect you, here, I'll tell you what will happen when I disconnect you. When I disconnect you, it'll tell you that your account has been logged out, and then when you hit OK, it'll then lead you to a screen that says your account has been permanently banned.
I got like 15 other accounts, but it's okay.
Good. Well, Real American Debates, welcome in. Are you a Trump supporter?
So.
So if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
I think I vote for Trump.
Okay. All right. So are you going to be just as dense as that loser and like deny that slaves were raped to make a point? Hopefully not, right? Because that was clearly absurd. So why do you support Trump?
No, I just have one question for you. So I was watching a Jubilee post of you, watched the entire thing. Great debate. You did a good job. And you were talking to somebody, and he was asking you, what has Trump done that was racist recently? And you talked about in 2010 when Trump stated that Obama was from Kenya, and that was his home country. And you called that racist, and then you talked about that.
Andreas, thank you.
I just have a question. How can you call Trump racist for something that he said in 2014, I think it was, when you said the N-word numerous times in 2019?
Okay. Well, I think that you have your timeline wrong. Well, let me do the math, because I said the
It was
N-word when
2014, and you
I said
were
the N-word
14
when
years
I was,
old. How old are you,
said the-
22?
Yeah, I'm 21. Does that math? That math might math.
I'm not very good
Yeah,
at
that math might math. I won't do it in my head. Sure, yeah.
2014, so it was,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I could give you a great
And
description.
Trump did acknowledge that Obama was from Kenya after he said that. I think it's kind of...
So when I was 14 years old, calling my white friends the N-word after they'd send me cool Fortnite edits, that was racist. Okay. But see, the difference is that I was able to do three things that Trump has never done. I was able to hold myself accountable. I was able to actively be anti-racist and make myself a better person, and apologize to the affected communities. All right. When have you ever seen that same level? One moment. When have you ever seen a same level of accountability from Trump for any of the racist things that he's ever done in his life? All right. You've never seen it. And quite frankly, I think that you and many other Trump supporters make this point because if you were to truly recognize the fact that I have it on those three pillars, I have held myself accountable. I have become a better person. I am actively anti-racist, and I did apologize to the affected communities. Then effectively, you'd be believing that this random 21-year-old white boy on TikTok can hold himself to a higher degree of accountability than the president you support in the Oval Office. And that'd be embarrassing.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the people are stating that he's a politician, so she'd have higher standards. But in 2014, Trump wasn't in office.
He is now, and even when he was 2014, he announced his campaign for the office the next year, and he was already a billionaire with social and political power because of his billionaire status. But you're engaging in a red herring because not at one point did I mention his political status.
Oh, you just said it. You literally just talked about that.
No, I didn't. I brought up 3 points. I brought up the fact that I was able to hold myself accountable, and he wasn't.
I agree with you.
He's never held himself accountable for anything that he's ever done in his life that was racist.
He acknowledged that Obama was from America. He said President Obama was born in the United States, period. That's literally what he said.
Yeah,
so he did
after
that he was
2
wrong.
years of Obama releasing his birth certificate, Donald Trump saying it was probably faked, but then being forced to by the rest of the GOP because they realized how absurd of a lie it was. And even in that acknowledgement that Obama was born in America, okay, that was not an acknowledgement of how racist it was when he suggested otherwise. That wasn't an apology to Obama, nor was it taking any active steps to become a better person. That was just him saving his ass, not even acknowledging how it was racist, okay, to be able to hold to the GOP. He didn't even acknowledge that he was racist.
If you're using that claim that he didn't say anything until he got caught for it and got called out for it, he didn't
even say anything after he got caught for it. He never said it was racist.
About what you said until you got caught. So
you're attempting to shift the argument into something that it isn't. My point isn't that he didn't apologize until he got caught. No, he did this publicly the whole time. So getting caught wouldn't make any sense. Okay. But at no point did he ever say it was racist.
And you're right about that. I agree with you on that.
Yeah. And that's not the only racist thing that Trump has done. In the 70s, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people. That was a violation of the Civil Rights Act. In the 90s, he called all black people lazy, then 5 years later told a reporter that's something that he probably said. Okay. He refused to acknowledge that he was wrong for calling for the death penalty for the Central Park Five even after they were exonerated. He said that we could look at immigrants and tell if they're good or bad based upon the way they look. His administration has given authorization to the DHS and ICE agents to consider somebody's race as a factor in determining that they are or are not an undocumented immigrant. And he depicted the 2 most successful black people in the history of this country as apes, literal monkeys. Clearly, this is a racist man. Clearly.
How did you feel about Joe Biden when he was in office?
How do I feel about your pivoting? It's expected.
I know. I agree with a lot of your points, Dean.
So then you agree that Trump is racist?
No, I do not agree that Trump is a racist.
So it's in that it seems like you don't agree with my points.
No, I just said there's been claims that he's made that, yeah, they are a little too extreme and they could be racist. But like you said, people can change.
But has he?
I think he has.
Prove it.
$255 million to HBCUs.
No, that's a really terrible example.
Is it 255?
Yeah, $255 million per year. You know what they were getting under Obama? $500 million per year. He cut it in half. So you think him cutting the funding to historically black universities in half proves that he's no longer racist?
I mean, you're right about that. But
Okay, then I'll ask again.
How much
Prove
was
that
it
he's
during Joe
changed.
Biden?
$1 billion a year. He increased it by a
Jesus.
factor of 4.
Yeah, well, I can't argue with you about that. But can I fact check that right now?
Yeah. When you fact check
Yeah,
me,
thank you.
you're either going to prove me right and it is $1 billion a year, or you might prove me wrong because it might be more. It might be $4 billion a year.
Let me check.
I don't remember. It was either 1 billion or 4 billion. I think it might have been 4, actually. How much did Biden give to HBCUs per year? Damn, it was 4. That's crazy. So from fiscal year 2021 until 2024, the Biden-Harris administration provided a total of over $17 billion in federal funding and investments for HBCUs. So yeah, I was wrong. It was more, much more.
Okay, but I know that you supported Joe Biden during his presidency, so what do you
Yeah,
think
we could
about him
talk
being
about-
racist?
We could talk about Biden's racism as soon as you're done attempting to either argue that Trump has changed or you concede that he is racist still. So you tried to demonstrate that Trump has changed because he gave money to HBCUs. That point failed. So what's the next point?
Before COVID, his black unemployment rate reached historic lows.
Okay. What did he do to cause that?
His economic growth and his job creation policies that he created.
What were his job creation policies?
I'm just gonna pull up the computer.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Let's see. Deregulation, is energy expansion, buy American, hire American, is infrastructure proposals, and yes, tax cuts and job acts.
So to your first point, deregulation, you'd have to specify what specific deregulation Donald Trump implemented that led to a reduction in the unemployment rate of black Americans. For your second point of saying buy American, hire American, you're going to have to describe to me what material policy was implemented by the admin to enforce that outcome, because I think that was more so just like a slogan that they toted. Then to your third point of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, well, we know that didn't reduce the unemployment rate in this country because Brookings, a financial institution, did a study on its outcomes, and they concluded that it did not lead to any increase in macro level business investment, yet there would be a required increase in macro level business investment in order for it to create new jobs, because you have to get new investment to pay for the new jobs.
So, but why do you think it was at an all-time low unemployment rate?
We saw a continuation of the macroeconomic trends set forth under the Obama administration.
But this was in pre-COVID. This was right before COVID, and that was 4 years of Trump.
No.
Do you think Obama helped him out 4 years, three years after that?
I just think that we saw a continuation of the same macroeconomic trends. Like, what I will say about Trump in his first term is that before COVID, he didn't destroy the economy. Okay? But it just kind of continued on the same trend that we saw.
Mm-hmm. But it was the lowest we've seen.
Yeah.
So.
Well, actually, no, it's not. Because in retrospect, that low level of unemployment, the 50-year historical record low that we saw under Trump in his first term, was actually beat twice by the Biden-Harris administration.
Can you give me a source on that?
Sure, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Go on Google, type in BLS, Biden administration, 50-year historic low levels of unemployment. The lowest level of unemployment that we saw for black Americans under Trump was 5.6%, yet the lowest level of unemployment that we saw for black Americans under Biden was 5.1%. And not to mention, you still failed to demonstrate what Donald Trump did to influence that outcome.
I'm looking this up, sorry.
All right. And also, because this all goes back to the argument that, maybe Trump was racist in the 90s, but he's changed. Okay, well, I mean, if he changed, then he wouldn't have depicted the Obamas as monkeys. Like, a month ago. Right?
I mean, I think that video was really dumb. I think it was really stupid, but I don't think it had racial intent. I think it was a really stupid video, but I don't think it had racial intent.
The depiction of black people as apes
but I think you have
is
white people as
inherently
apes, too.
racist.
So there was white people.
Not in his video.
Are you sure?
Yeah, in his video, it was just Obama and Michelle.
Yeah, I think it was
Obama
a
and
really
Michelle are
stupid
black.
video. I agree with
So there
you.
was no white people in what Trump posted.
I mean, there was white people in that video.
No, not in what Trump posted.
Yeah, there was.
No, in what Trump posted, there was only 2 seconds of Barack and Michelle
put-
Obama's as monkeys.
He didn't post the full video?
No, just Obama's. Just the Obamas.
The one with your old buddy, the pervert, Harry Sisson?
Oh, yeah. What did they depict Harry Sisson as?
What was it, like a giraffe?
No, as a pink flamingo.
Oh,
is that an
yeah.
insinuation that he's a pink flamingo because a lot of people on the right like to call Harry Sisson gay?
Well, I don't think he's gay after he sent those disgusting texts to girls.
But can you agree here that the insinuation from the right was that Harry Sisson is gay?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, when did those videos come out? That was before that, so I think people.
Also,
the screenshots.
wait. I just want to clarify. All right, so you're holding this animosity against Harry Sisson because he was talking to multiple women at once. Yet you're going to support Trump as president even though he raped a woman. You're a hypocrite.
I'm not like going after Harry Sisson. I'm just saying I'm talking about the people that were in the video.
Okay, all right. So, anyways, when we watch that full video, we very clearly see that there was an insinuation of who the person was that they were depicting as these various animals via the depiction of the animal. Like, the reason why in the video Harry Sisson is depicted as a pink flamingo is because everybody on the right likes to argue that Harry Sisson's gay. Or, like, for instance, Olivia Giuliani, she's depicted as a literal pig. Why? Because a lot of people on the right like to say that she's overweight. So when we see the two Obamas depicted as apes, what else could that mean outside of depicting them as apes because they're black? And on top of that, we didn't see any white person depicted as an ape in the video that Trump posted because he cut out everything except for the 2 to 3 second depiction of the Obamas as monkeys. That is clearly racist, okay? It is so clearly racist to depict black people as apes. This insinuation has existed since before slavery. This originated from Christian evangelists in Europe that wanted to create 2 separate creation arcs for the white man and the black man, saying that the white man was the divine and the black man was the beast of the wild. Then they started depicting black people as the beast of the wild, as monkeys, as apes, okay? That really picked up strongly in pro-segregationist rhetoric, while saying that because the black man is the beast of the apes, depicting them as the monkey, that they need to live in the jungle. They can't live in modern civilization, so now we need to push them out of town. Sundown towns, that's where that comes from. Or even slavery. Well, the beast of the wild is closer to the dog than to the man, and if the black man is closer to the dog than the man, it makes you feel a little bit better when you enslave them and you have them act like your dog, doing whatever you want for you. So, I mean, like, clearly here, whenever there is a depiction of a black person as a monkey, it's something that we should automatically condemn and criticize as being incredibly racist.
Yeah, but I just think it's a little hypocritical how you were head over heels for Biden when he clearly said racist things.
And you could argue that I'm hypocritical after you either concede that Trump is racist or you give a sufficient counter-argument.
Can you concede that Biden's racist?
No, and I can tell you why once you either concede that Trump is racist or give the sufficient counter-argument.
You can't concede.
Well, I mean, you'll learn once we're there. But, I mean, this right now is being introduced to the debate as a deflection. And I will not allow that to happen. So either concede that Trump is racist or give a counter-argument, then we can move on to talking about Biden.
I just don't think he's racist. I think he's done some idiotical things.
So
100%.
non-racist people depict black people as monkeys. Non-racist people argue that the only black president we've ever had was born in Africa. Non-racist people violate the Civil Rights Act by refusing to rent to black people. And non-racist people explicitly call black people lazy.
I think he has done some very idiotical things. And I think that post was
Idiotical
one of
is
them.
not a word.
Sorry. But I don't think
Come on.
that it had,
Just consider how, like,
had,
stupid. You're just using the
I
word...
don't think it had racial intent.
Okay, yeah. So A, you don't need to have racial intent in order to do something racist. Okay, like me using the N-word at 14 is a good example of that. Right, I never had like racial intent to like stigmatize or demonize black people. I just used the N-word interchangeably with friend because that's what all the other kids at school did. Because we all kind of were adopted into this racist socialization in the incredibly right-leaning county we lived in. Okay, yeah, but it was clearly still racist. All right. But I mean, even on top of that, when we're looking at a man who's depicting, once again, for like the billionth time, black people as monkeys, calling all black people lazy, and refusing to rent to them in violation of the Civil Rights Act, how could we conclude anything other than racist intent?
I zoned out for a second. I was looking something up. Can you repeat that?
When you're depicting black people as monkeys, calling all black people lazy, and refusing to rent to black people because of their race and violations of the Civil Rights Act, how could you conclude anything other than racist intent?
When did Trump call back black people lazy?
1992, then told a reporter it's something that he probably said in 1997. My source would be, and I quote, "All the times Trump hasn't been racist" by Hugh Jackson. It's an article from 2015.
I just looked that up. It was John O'Donnell wrote in the book in 1991, and it says laziness is a trait in blacks. It really is. I believe that. And then in 1999, an interview with Trump, he said, "I never said that." He made up this quote.
So he actually affirmed to a news reporter that it's something he probably said in 1997.
I don't see that anywhere on here.
Oh, then also, now
It's
you're
a
telling
he
me that this
said.
is an allegation from somebody else. Okay, well, the allegation came like 30 years before he ran for public office, so you can't use that as an excuse. And yeah, we would expect that he would be the person to say this, considering the fact that just a handful of years before that, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for not
But now
renting to
you're
black
pivoting
people.
because you just got proved wrong because he never acknowledged saying that.
The source that I gave you would cite a news reporter in 1991 and a news reporter in 1997, with the first news reporter being the person who Trump told that to in the first place, then the second news reporter asking Trump if it's something that he said, and he said, yeah, probably. The full quote calls all black people lazy, then also talks about Jewish people wearing their little yarmulkes while like counting money. Like that's like the rough quote. But I mean, like, yeah, clearly we would expect this to be something that a man who just years prior got sued by the state justice department for not renting to black people to say. Yeah, like that seems pretty in line with the character.
Yeah, but he didn't. There's no proof that he didn't say that.
Well, okay, then how about we talk about the court case instead? Because if you don't think the article I just gave you citing 2 interviews with Trump in 91 and 97 is quote-unquote enough proof, how about the civil court case that was in the lawsuit that was launched against Trump for refusing to rent to black people?
What's the source?
This would be Trump, his father, and Trump Holdings versus the state of New York, 1977. Okay? So essentially what happened was they had gotten wind that they weren't renting to black people. So then the state justice department sent white testers and black testers into these properties to ask if they had any available units. When the white people would go in, they'd be told that they did have available units. When the black people would go in, they'd be told that they didn't have any available units. Okay, and on top of that, when they would somehow get a housing application from a black person, they'd put the letter C on it, standing for colored, then they'd throw it in a junk drawer. Now, they also went on to interview the property manager, who was the one actually turning away, the black people. And then when they asked the property manager about it, the property manager straight up told them that that was an order from the boss, from Donald Trump, which was why Donald Trump was personally named in the lawsuit. And then later, after they settled the suit, and then Donald Trump had to put publications in local newspapers saying that he would start renting to black people and uphold the Civil Rights Act. Then Donald Trump tried to turn around and countersue the New York State Justice Department for defaming him and alleging that he wasn't renting to black people. But then that defamation lawsuit was dropped because there wasn't sufficient grounds for it. And then Trump later went on to write a book and he said, guys, it wasn't that I wasn't renting to black people. It's that I wasn't renting to poor people. But apparently, according to the property manager in which he gave this direction to, they could tell if somebody was rich or poor based upon if they're white or black.
Well, you gave me a quote for that, and I'm not going to argue with you.
So is that racist?
I think that definitely does have racial intent.
So it is racist.
I think it has racial intent, yes.
Is it racist?
Was he the CEO of the company at this time?
Yeah, he was the running
Or
the
was it his
company, which
father?
is-
Because I know I thought
It
he was
was-
an executive.
It was him and his dad, which is why they were both named in the lawsuit.
I think that definitely does have racial intent.
So was it racist?
Yes, I think that's racist.
Okay, now it's racist. Good. I'm happy we could agree.
Okay, let's talk about Biden.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I told you I would. I'll give you 30 seconds. What point do you want to make? So then hopefully we could go back to talking about the current president, not the retired politician.
Well,
Like, I'll give you 30 seconds. Just because I told you I would.
yeah. He was friends. He had good relationships with senators who had views against segregation. The "you ain't black if you don't vote for me." The racial jungle remark I think you made.
Yeah. Yeah. So Biden did do a handful of incredibly racist things, like 30 or 40 years ago. He absolutely did. Nobody rejects that. But Biden, at the bare minimum, he was able to hold himself accountable by acknowledging that what he did and said was wrong, and then while as president, advocated for the advancement of marginalized communities in this country, including Black Americans. All right? So the argument here is not to say that Biden was never racist, but rather to say that Biden did try to hold himself accountable. Now, are you ready to go back to talking about the current president that you support? That we still haven't heard an argument for, by the way?
Well, I know that he didn't apologize for being friends with these people that were pro-segregation.
Well, the claim that he was friends with these people that were pro-segregation is like what does that even mean, right? Like, does that just mean that when because he was in the Senate for a long ass time, towards the beginning of his career, there was other senators that were pro-segregation that he had to work with on a daily basis?
He didn't apologize for the racial jungle quote.
What racial jungle quote? Can you give me the specific quote?
Yeah, let me pull it up. He says, what year is this? Let me see. 1977. And I quote, "Unless we do something about this, my children are going to grow up in a racial jungle with tensions having built so high that it is going to explode at some point."
Okay, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, and he never apologized for that.
Okay, oh, well then I would advocate for Biden to apologize for that. But still, yet Biden was the lesser of two evils, even in respect to racism.
Guys, I don't understand why people in the comments are complaining about 1977. That's literally what we were just talking about with Trump.
Yeah, well, I mean, did you hear my response? So
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree. I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I wish that Biden, would apologize for that. Biden was definitely still the lesser of two evils when he was running against Trump in the election. Trump ran on a campaign of active racism, and Biden ran on a campaign of active anti-racism.
I'm not saying Joe Biden's a bad guy by any means.
So now that we're done talking about Biden, let's go back to Trump. You still haven't given an argument insofar as why you think he's a good president.
I've supported him since 2016. I like what he does, how he's handled immigration.
Okay, what's your favorite Trump immigration policy?
I mean, I support ICE. I think that ICE definitely needs reformation, sorry. I think what happened to Renee Good was completely wrong. I don't support that. I think they need reformation. But
Dude, then you shouldn't support ICE, because if you just think that there's ICE agents like executing and murdering American citizens on the streets like I do, and then the federal government is like blocking an investigation into it, then just reassigning the ICE agents that did and conducted the murder to then work elsewhere, well, then we shouldn't support the institution of ICE as a whole because they uphold a reckless disregard for law and life.
yeah, I mean, I agree with you in some points, but I think ICE is needed.
Okay. Well, actually, what I'd argue here is that ICE as it stands is not needed at all. No institution that upholds reckless disregard for law and life is needed. And I think that we should try to reform these institutions into something that's better. But I mean, as it stands, since you accept that they uphold a reckless disregard for law and life, then I don't understand why you would support Trump's mass deportation. What is one positive, answer this. Can you please quantify one positive material outcome of mass deportation on our country under Trump?
I think less Americans have jobs because people from foreign countries that are coming in are working at a lower wage.
They make the job market better. I mean, the Khalil Institute tells us over the last 30 years, immigrants as a whole have generated a $14.3 trillion surplus for the economy. They undocumented immigrants specifically pay over $100 billion per year in taxes and contribute $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP. They make more jobs by building the American economy, which is exactly why maybe one of the reasons why we've seen last year the worst jobs report in American history since '03, ignoring recessions, the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, and failing job reports continually ever since, is because mass deportation has destabilized the market. Less Americans have jobs today because of it. There's 1.3 million layoffs last year.
I think the crime rate with them has gone up.
Actually, mass deportation increases crime rate because undocumented immigrants reduce the crime rate. They're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes.
Wait, I just got a phone call. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So mass deportation would make the crime rate go up because undocumented immigrants reduce the crime rate.
Okay, but what do you think about, like I said earlier?
So can you concede that point?
Well, I know a girl that lost a friend to an illegal immigrant.
Okay. And I feel really sorry for them, but this doesn't mean that it's false that undocumented immigrants as a whole reduce the crime rate. Because they do. They do. They're 2.5 times less likely compared to citizens to commit violent crimes on American soil. Therefore, when you include them in the populace and then you make a calculation of the crime rate, it's going to be lower than if you did not include them in the represented demographic. All right? That's just statistics. That's just math.
Yeah, but why should we worry about crime from people that are not American citizens? Why should that even be a worry?
Why should it be a worry? Because we would want non-citizens to come into the country, even if we're not specifically talking about undocumented immigrants, like tourists, like permit hold, like green card holders, so on and so forth. But I mean, is a new claim that you think that like nominal crime will go down if we do a mass deportation?
I'm talking about undocumented citizens.
Okay, so you're saying that nominal crime will go down if we do a mass deportation. I disagree with that too. Because mass deportation is such an incredibly sharp destabilizing effect on the economy, it could be expected to increase poverty, and with an increase in poverty would come an increase in crime because poverty causes a lot of crime.
Okay.
And don't be selective with your violent criminals. You can't say, well, because an undocumented immigrant might be a violent criminal, we need to get them all out of the country. But when you know Donald Trump is a violent criminal, you need to make him the leader of the country? That makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it shouldn't be an issue because they're not actually American citizens. Like,
okay, if one circumstance of crime shouldn't be an issue, then all circumstances of crime shouldn't be an issue, and we shouldn't make a violent criminal president.
My argument is that they're not American citizens.
Okay, so you're saying that, well, if a violent criminal is not an American citizen, they need to be deported. But if a violent criminal is an American citizen, then they need to be made president?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so you wouldn't make a violent criminal that is American president. So then you don't support Trump because he's a violent criminal.
I would not call him a violent criminal.
He is. He's violent. I mean, a court concluded that he raped a woman, and he's a criminal. He was found guilty of 34 felonies. He's a violent criminal. Shivers, thank you for the galaxy.
I guess the silence is a little loud right now. Okay, can we go to talk about something else?
Yeah, after you tell me why you're okay with a violent criminal being president.
I wouldn't call him a violent criminal.
Why? I mean, explain to me why the following evaluation is wrong. He's violent. Court concluded that he raped a woman. He's admitted to other forms of sexual violence too. He's a criminal. He was found criminally guilty of 34 felony counts. Therefore, he is a what? A violent criminal. Oliver, thank you for the galaxy.
Was he convicted of rape or sexual abuse?
So he was found guilty of sexual abuse, which is rape.
Isn't sexual abuse not penetration?
Well, he was found guilty of penetration, and they called it sexual abuse. So in this sense, it is penetration.
Uh-huh. I just think both things are bad.
Okay. So then you're not a Trump supporter.
No, I am.
Okay, well then you don't think that both things are bad.
I'm saying both things that I'm talking about.
Like, then you're not a Trump supporter. Because you're saying both things are bad, i.e. a violent criminal being president, and i.e. undocumented immigrants being violent criminals. By the way, I agree. Both things are bad. Okay, this is why we should deport undocumented immigrants who are guilty of violent crimes or throw them in jail if they commit the violent crime within our jurisdiction and we have the ability to do so. And we shouldn't make violent criminals president.
I mean, the American people voted for it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, the American people voted for it. Therefore, somehow this means that it's no longer a bad thing? What is this? If the American people made Jeffrey Dahmer president, would you all of a sudden argue that it's okay for cannibalists to be the leader of the quote-unquote free world?
I don't think the American people would make Jeffrey Dahmer president.
Oh, why? Because he did bad things, so therefore you don't think the American people should have made Trump president?
Because he fucking ate people.
Okay, and Trump raped people.
I'm not saying rape is not bad. I'm saying this guy fucking ate people and murdered them.
Yeah, either equally as wrong as rape.
I'm not saying rape's not bad. But this guy is a mass serial killer who killed his victims and ate them.
Okay, so you hold a red line against cannibalism, but you don't hold a red line against rape. Why?
No, I just told you I think rape's terrible.
Okay, but you don't hold a red line against it if you're willing to make a rapist president.
Like I said, the American people voted for it. It's democracy, dude.
Okay, so now you're just... Okay, so should have Biden been president?
Yes.
Oh, because the American people voted for it. It's democracy, dude?
Joe Biden got...
So I just want to clarify that. Now you've reduced yourself down to the business... Wait, if Kamala Harris won the election, would you agree that Trump should have lost the election?
Yes.
Dude, so you've reduced yourself down to saying that you just support whatever the majority supports. Whatever the majority supports is always true.
I'll support whatever president is elected.
Okay.
While they're in office.
So hypothetically, if the majority elected, hypothetically, if the majority elected Hitler reincarnate, because he promised to give everybody $1 million, would you support Hitler reincarnate?
The American people would not vote Hitler.
No, we're assuming in this hypothetical that they would promise to give them all $1 million.
The American people would not vote.
But inside of this hypothetical, we're positing that they would.
But they wouldn't.
Okay, so that way, listen, your argument is paradoxical because you're saying that you're going to support whatever the American people would support. But then when I try to drill that down with a reductio by asking you a question, if the American people supported something really, really wrong, would then you support that thing that's really, really wrong? You refuse to answer that question by arguing that the American people would never vote for something really, really wrong. Okay, well, I mean, I dispute that because I think that the American people voted for something really, really wrong within Trump. This man claimed to be God, attacked the Pope, praised Allah on Easter after claiming to be a Christian, and threatened to genocide 90 million people on top of raping a woman, being best friends with Epstein, having his name mentioned over 1 million times in the file, and boasting about sexual exploitation. On top of killing 160 girls with a Tomahawk missile in Iran, threatening to invade Greenland, annex Canada, end our ally ships, and tariff every other country in the world to hell and back. All right. So clearly, I would say here that Donald Trump is a really bad president that is materially harming this country, materially harming other countries and nations around the world, and he's a character of a despicable piece of shit.
Oh God! Now you're ripping the vape. Come on, dude.
Yup. Counter argument?
What was your question?
Oh, I didn't have a question. I made an argument.
I don't.
You're lost?
Yeah, I didn't really
Cheesy,
listen
thank you
to
for
it,
the
sorry.
galaxy.
I'm working on paper right now, so
I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to repeat it. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Paige, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Paige. Same thing to you, Z. Thank you for the $10. Who says, I've been watching you for a few months now, and you've given me hope for a future. Thank you, Z. I know that you've been watching for a while. You've made some very kind donations during other streams. Thank you so much for that love and support, Z. Kirsten, thank you for the $5. And Amy, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo, Amy. Amy, you are the absolute GOAT. Show some love to Amy down below for the $100 donation while we're trying to get the next guest up here. That is absolutely beyond kind of you. I'm so very grateful. Thank you so much for that love and support, Amy. Please show some love to Amy down below. Amy with the $100 says, congrats on 400. That is such a huge accomplishment. Thank you for using your platform and that big brand of yours to stand up for human rights. What you do matters. It ripples out into society, and I truly believe that an investment into you is an investment into the betterment of the world. Oh, Amy, thank you. I really appreciate you, not just for the $100 donation, but just for the kind words. And yeah, we are today on the 400th episode of the Dean Withers Show. That is just crazy. Amy, thank you so much one last time. For everybody watching, show some love to Amy in that chat. I can. Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump.
Do you still support him today?
No, but
Base, dude, Mickey, I love to hear it. I love to hear it. We are just looking to talk to people who still do. So I hope you have a good rest of your day. Now, this is actually coming from another Amy. So show even more love to the Amy's in that chat. Amy, the second Amy, thank you for the $50 donation. I appreciate you. Yo, Amy's are going wild today. Thank you so much. That is nuts. Amy with a 50 says, you are one of the most critical thinking individuals I've ever heard in the recent past. The willful ignorance of MAGA supporters, along with their inability to think critically or have any media literacy, is perplexing. Keep up the good work. Oh, dude, the longer you watch, the worse it gets, okay? The longer you watch, the worse it gets. We'll have grown-ass men and women on this stream who do not have the critical thought to differentiate between a square and a circle. It is nuts. But genuinely, once again, just like I told the other Amy, thank you so much for the love and support. You are so fucking awesome. I appreciate you. Huge shout out to Amy. And then Jonathan, thank you for the $5 for the 400 episodes hype. Thank you, Jonathan. Jenna, thank you for the $10. Joe, thank you for the 5. Let's see here. Thank you for the 5. Hannah, thank you for the 10, who says that Jack Doherty made me sick. Yeah, that was from 43 minutes ago. He was shitty. And Andrew, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. Let's get to it. Andrew W's in the chat. Andrew with the $20 says, happy 400th episode. I was wondering if you'd be willing to take a day of the week for general politics / hot takes for maybe 30 minutes each. Oh, just kind of hang out with the chat, go through some hot takes. That sounds fun. I appreciate you for the 400, for the $20 donation for the 400th episode, man. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the stream, you want to enable us to be able to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok. Pin message over in the other place, and Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. I really do appreciate you guys so much for the continued love and support. There's still some more people I have to thank over on PayPal and Super Chat, but I'm going to do that here in a moment. Before we do, let's go and try to get that next guest slotted in. Brett, do you support Trump?
Hi. Yes. I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 21.
All right, sounds good, man. Let me ask Glup Shitto. Glup Shitto, do you support Trump, Glup Shitto? Glup Shitto? Glup Shittos? Are you here, Glup Shitto? Oh, it doesn't sound like Glup Shitto's here. All right, it's just you, Brett.
Awesome. Never done this before.
Well, it'll be great. I do just have a couple other people to thank. I'm going to go and do that right now. As soon as I'm done, I'll pass you that mic to make an argument, okay?
Yeah, take your time.
Yo, Dakota, I appreciate you for the $4 donation on PayPal, and thank you for the $5, and Sarah, thank you so much for the $6 as well. I appreciate you guys. And then Kirsten, thank you so much for the $50. That is Kristin. I appreciate you so much for that love. Who says, hey, Dean, how's everything going with you? I'm going to GJ for the GJHS graduation. Oh, no way. Do you have, like, family in town? That's cool. I mean, congratulations to them. I remember my graduation. You'll be at Stoker Stadium. What a highlight of my life. What an interesting day that was. I appreciate you for the $50. Let's get 500 Kirsten W's in that chat for such an incredibly kind dono. Same thing to you, Mark. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, who says, love you, Dean. Can we get an update on Spitgate? Oh yeah, dude got arrested, charged with misdemeanor harassment, and this court hearing is like 35 days away. I'm going to make sure I'm there. So that'll be fun. Thank you for the $20. Then Spirit, thank you for the $14, who says, we see ya and support you here in Little Denmark. You are the best. Thank you so much. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for the $14. I hope one day that I could travel to Denmark. And we're actually all caught up over there. We have one more person to thank over on Super Chat. Dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. T. This is wow. T. Thank you so much for the $400 super chat. T with the $400 says, here's $400 for episode 400, Dean. Appreciate you holding callers accountable instead of letting them pivot. They see themselves clearly, don't like it, and start grasping. T. That is unfucking real. Thank you. Thank you so much. I say this all the time, and I will say it many times more. I do not deserve that, and I will never and have never deserved that. And it is just so hard for me to understand, like, what could ever lead you to want to support me, like, just to such an insane level. I know that you've been here for a long time. I always see you hanging out over there on YT. I'm so very grateful for you. If we could just take a moment, okay, for like 4,000 TWs in the live stream comment section, it'd mean the world to me, because like that is just like genuinely out of this world. Thank you, T. We're going to go and hop back into the debates. That is just nuts. Huge shout out to T and all the donors down below. Like, what the fuck? And wow. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit flabbergasted. With that said, Brett, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. W's to T.
So I have a question. About do you know anything about the recent things going on in Virginia with the yes or no vote?
Yeah, so Virginia passed a redistricting map to help get Democrats more seats in the House because of the Republicans' partisan gerrymandering that we've seen for the last 10 years straight, that Democrats have attempted to advance bills every single year in the last 10 years to stop, but they didn't want to play fair, so now we're going to have to play by their rules. But it was then stopped by a court, and they're appealing as we speak, so we'll see what the outcome of that appeal is here hopefully soon.
Yeah, when I looked at it, I was because I know Virginia's not like an 80-20 state. I know it's a 50 or like 48, 52 or something like that. Just because we have a lot of that's where I'm from. We have a lot of rural areas around here, and I just didn't think it would be fair to redistrict everybody like that for so many more seats than the.
It's not fair, and it's not fair, and that's the point. Okay.
Okay.
The Republicans have been playing dirty and unfair for years. And guess what? Now we're going to do the same thing to attempt to give them what they've been giving us for so long. Not just to stick it in their face, but also to try to save this country.
Yeah, I understand. I guess both sides to be playing unfair in that sense.
No, when it comes to partisan gerrymandering, it has been a partisan issue. The Democrats have wanted to ban it, and the Republicans have not wanted to ban it. Why? Because the Republicans have always been willing to take the mask off to gerrymander the fuck out of their states to get votes where they can. The Democrats really haven't. The Democrats have held back on partisan gerrymandering because of the whole, moral high ground, peace, love, let's be equal, let's be fair. All right, but guess what? We're on woke 2.0. All right, our president is assaulting our Constitution, defending the murder of citizens, and passing some of the most atrocious domestic and foreign policy I've seen in my life. And I'm very grateful for some of the younger Democrats in Congress stepping up and getting past the quote-unquote strongly worded letters and actually trying to do something about the state of the nation. And if that means that Republicans lose representation in the Virginia electorate for the federal House of Representatives, then so be it, okay? Because guess what? The conditions that led to that outcome weren't set by the Democrats. They were set by the tyranny and nonsense of MAGA.
Okay. No, I see what you mean with that. Also, I was watching a lot of your videos on the gun control thing. And July 1st, they're doing an act in Virginia where they're banning semi-auto anything over 15. I was curious in your opinion on that.
Outcomes. Yeah, I'll be really interested to see what the outcomes of it are. Now, do you want to tell us why you support Trump?
Oh, sure. I am. I've been raised in a Republican household, conservative for a very long time. I liked some of the things he's doing with the immigration, I do see how it can be unfair for the illegal immigrants, but I also see that having so many people come into our country like illegally and not paying, like, sure, I mean, they are paying taxes with some certain types of jobs, but there's also negative outcomes to that, and I want to see more regulation.
Today's an immigration day, apparently. You are the third Trump supporter we've debated so far, and the third debate about immigration we've had so far. Today is an immigration day. Sometimes we just get days like that. Some days we'll just talk about abortion all day. Other days we'll just talk about immigration all day. Okay, so do you think that undocumented immigrants are an economic drain on the system?
I think they can be, yes, in a sense.
Okay, what sense?
They're like.
Keep in mind, I can't hear you when you leave the app. And by the way, this is like all that they got. Okay, they can't argue he's good for the economy. The economy's tanking. They can't argue he's good for foreign affairs. It's been a fucking mess. They can't argue that he's good for the conservative causes that they care about, like reducing the deficit, reducing the debt. Oh, God, because those have gone to hell. What do they have left? Immigration. But they can't win the debate on immigration either. It's just easier to lose the debate on any other subject than it is to lose the debate on immigration, even though they'll still lose. And that guy left. All right. Well, let's go ahead and try to get the next guest up in here because he took off. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president for the 13.8 thousand people watching on TikTok. Howdy ho. Thank you for being here. Make sure that you were double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing this live with a couple friends. All right. We want to get this live stream to send out far and wide across that For You page so we could draw the MAGA crazies into debate. At least that's the hope, because I would like some conversations, right? We all would. Welcome in, Solomon22. Are you a Trump supporter? Solomon22 is heading out. We got Prince loading in too, but it doesn't look like Prince is connecting. We're still trying to get that next guest, everybody. Here's too much sauce. Let's try to get them loaded up in the box because Prince isn't connecting either. Once again, dude, shout out to T. I'm still looking at that $400 dono. That is nuts, T. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And for everybody else, welcome into the 400th episode. What a day. Too much sauce. How we doing? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm well, and I do support Trump.
Oh, no, come on. No, you can't. You can't do that. Why? We're being hurt so badly. The price of gas is skyrocketing. Our economy's getting fucked. Bankruptcies, layoffs, terrible jobs report. The world is a mess. He's starting wars, threatening to invade our allies. Why? Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, and I understand, really I do, because, the world is crazy, it's wild, and there's right and there's wrong, but honestly, if you go back to, 5 ever ago, which I know what a time to compare it to, but there's always, not just America, but there's always and this may sound terrible, but there's always bloodshed, loss, grief, all those things that make countries, and not that that's right at all, but at the end of the day, America is a business, and it really does suck to look at it that way.
Okay, so saying that there's been a lot of bloodshed in the history of humanity doesn't mean that we need to go to more bloodshed for the fuck of it.
No, it doesn't.
Or when we do bloodshed for the fuck of it, it's fine. Something else that has been really present through the history of humanity is rape. There's been so much rape.
Yeah.
Okay, before the extremely modern era, child marriage was the norm. And even inside of the extremely modern era, child marriage is still legal in 13 of our 50 states. And we still have this epidemic of rape culture where women and girls are getting raped and sexually assaulted right and left. Every woman and girl that I've met in my life has a story. So if you want to tell me that you're kind of indifferent to Trump's war in the Middle East because admittedly said bloodshed has been very prevalent throughout the history of our kind. Would you say the same thing about rape?
Would I say that it's been prominent?
Would you say that you're indifferent to rape because it's been very prominent throughout the history of our kind?
No, I would say that
Right.
I don't support it whatsoever, but I don't
Right.
understand why that has like anything to do with what we're
Because
talking
we're
about.
because we're identifying two things in which have been very prominent throughout the history of humanity: rape and war. And your conclusion is that because war has been very
Yeah, and
prominent, that you're kind of indifferent to Trump's war today. So why don't you
no,
conclude that
okay,
for rape?
hold on. Let me see here. Actually, I think maybe what I mean is you're never going to stop that. You're never going to stop any of the things that we're talking about right now
Oh yeah,
because
you could have
that's
stopped the
just
war in Iran by voting for Kamala Harris.
yeah, but the thing about that is they're like in cahoots with them, so it's kind of like you weren't really gonna win anything there except for they were gonna like tell you all these things that you want to hear and then like actually not do anything about it because they want those people here or don't want them here, you know what I mean?
I don't know what you
Because they
mean.
paint
What
a
people
nice
are you talking
picture.
about?
Illegals, whoever, whatever,
What does
whoever
that
doesn't
have to
need to
do
be
with the
here.
war in Iran?
No, I'm saying all the like Kamala Harris and her that side or whatever, whoever didn't want to push illegal immigrants out of here because why?
Well, I mean, they actually deported undocumented immigrants with crimes on their records at significantly higher degrees than Trump is today.
Yeah.
And that's the only people I care about. But they didn't really want the other undocumented immigrants out because the DNC has become progressively, well, funny enough, more progressive. And we've really, at mass begun to acknowledge that mass deportation is a bad thing and we should just let vast majority of them stay. But this is a pivot. This is a big pivot.
Yeah.
But you said that, America's a business and Trump treats it like a business. Well, then the business is failing because the economy is in the shitter.
Yeah. I see it. I really do. I'll try to be transparent and like understand things and, see it from everyone's point of view. And I can understand that as like, first of all, as an American, as a female, as a mother, as a voter, as a taxpayer, like I understand, no, I don't want people to be deported. Like I work and know and have family members who may not have it all together,
Bro,
So
why
I
is everybody
understand,
just like
but-
naturally gravitating towards deportation today? Like,
No,
like
I mean,
we
well,
were like
that's
you
kind
like
of
when you
been,
first
like,
came
what
up
you're
here,
talking about,
you
so
made
it's
a
hard
point
not to
about
weigh
the
in on it.
you made a point about the war in Iran and how America is a business. But
Yeah.
now you've just like dunked those 2 points, dropped them,
Okay,
and now we're
well,
back to deportation. How
then
about this? Is
pivot
there
back
any
towards them.
is there anything Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him? Like, for instance, are you a Christian?
Am I?
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
Jesus Christ God?
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, he is.
Then why don't you stop supporting Trump over his clear blasphemy? He blasphemed the Lord by depicting himself as Christ. I'll show you.
Yeah, he did do that, and that was not. I don't like that at all.
Right? So why is that not enough, though, to stop supporting him? This dude's nuts. Clearly his mental faculties can't be trusted. Less than 2 weeks, he's
Well,
calling
I
himself
kinda
Christian,
think
praising
that
Allah on
he-
Easter, threatening genocide, attacking the Pope, claiming to be God himself. He's nuts. He's mentally incompetent. We need to get him out of there. Why do you disagree?
Yeah, has
thank you for the
he
galaxies.
done those things that he said he would?
Yeah, he did depict himself as God. You're looking at it right now. Yeah, he did attack the Pope. Yeah, he did
Yeah,
praise
he
Allah
posted
on
that
Easter.
picture?
Yeah. Yeah, he posted it. Look at it. It says official truth
Yeah.
social. Elite, thank you for the third galaxy.
Yeah, I think he does that so that maybe like a reverse psychology, which is not great in my opinion, but maybe
What's the reverse psychology?
just to like maybe troll people who don't support him. And I know that sounds terrible. I really do. I know. And I'm
Okay.
not trying to do that. I want to
Okay.
be,
So dude, in the Bible, where does it say that blasphemy is only wrong in circumstances where you're not trying to troll half the country because you're
it
president?
doesn't. It
You're
doesn't.
right.
And when he, expires, that's going to be between him and him. Like that doesn't have anything to do with me. Besides the fact that I do.
Well, why
support
would you want to
lower
align yourself?
taxes and like different things going on and like people come in here when they're not supposed to be, like, the lady, like there's a lot of things that go on that people are undocumented. Lots of people who are documented. There's no right and wrong. They're like arguing or going back and forth about it. We're not going to change anything. You know what I mean? Really?
Okay, so first and foremost, you said, well, you agree that's blasphemy, but that's between him and God, not between you and him. Well, you shouldn't align yourself as a Christian with somebody who is guilty of the only irredeemable sin in the Bible. That's clearly insane. Second of all, you said that he was lowering your taxes, not according to the CBPP. If you're the average American, he's increasing your taxes by taking away your purchasing power. And then third of all, you just kind of talked about undocumented immigrants. I am not quite sure of the point that you made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it you're not Christian.
Am I Christian? I'm agnostic.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. I'm going to move on to the next guest. Hopefully this guy will be a little bit more knowledgeable. Hi, hello, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 21. What's good, Dean?
Not too much. What year were you born in?
2004.
Perfect. Are you a Trump supporter?
Not really. I just wanted to say that I'm a big fan. Wait.
No,
I'm a big fan.
No,
but
you're not.
I've ranked you. I do rankings on different political commentators. You did not rank that good. You're lucky you're entertaining though.
I don't rank that good at all because I'm a bold-faced liar. So true. All right. Well, if you're not a Trump supporter, I'm going to kick you. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I wish that was a Trump supporter because I've seen his videos. He rails pretty hard on me. Wish he. Well, I guess I don't wish he was MAGA, but I was hoping that he'd be a Trump supporter so I could debate him. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? They're not here, so we're going to go to kick them and move on. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA folks, please and thank you. Please and thank you. We got Brady loading into the box right now. Welcome in, Brady. Do you support Trump?
Hey there, yeah. What's up, dude?
How old are you?
I'm 19, born in 2007.
Okay, I have a couple people to thank that I'll pass you a mic. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lord T, I appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you, bro. Let's get 200 Lord T W's. Lord T with the 20 says, real talk. Dims are the quote-unquote adults looking out for what's best for the country and the poor, while the Republicans only care about the top 1%. We need to get more in politics that support a better and fair American experiment. I agree with you. Lord T, you always have good political analysis on standby. That's why I like you. On Venmo, thank you, Aaron. Oh my goodness. Aaron, thank you so much for the $86.47 donation on Venmo. Show some love to Aaron in that chat. Thank you so much. That is nuts. That is a huge donation. That is a shit ton of money. I'm so very grateful for you. Holy fuck. I want to see 1,000 Aaron W's down below. And by the way, put some respect on it. That is ERIN. Aaron with the $86 donation says, been listening to you and Parker since August. As a philosophy undergrad, I love y'all. As a pelvic floor physical therapist, I'm donating to you for the first time after hearing you cook that terribly sick TikTok girl yesterday with your stellar analogy of informed consent of a minor. Thank you. Well, thank you, Aaron, for the $86 donation. I'm so very grateful for you. And oh yeah, she got cooked yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, that was one of my better recent debate performances. I appreciate you for the $86, Aaron. Danielle, I appreciate you so much for that $20 donation. Let's get 200 Danielle W's. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Who says, I'm so tired of hearing people say that Trump is a good businessman. He ruined Atlantic City. He didn't pay contractors or people's retirement. Yes, and they lost hundreds. Yes, no, he straight up hire people did not pay him. I appreciate you for the $20. Julia, thank you for the $4. Who says happy 400. Thank you, Julia. Juan, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, Dean, happy 400. I've been listening since the 60s. Wow, episode 60 that is. I can't imagine any of us getting through these times without you. Thank you, Juan. I appreciate you for the $25 for the 400th episode. What a day of celebration. Same thing to Yvonne. That is EVON. I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Who says happy 400 and for making a difference. Thank you, Yvonne. And Beth, thank you for the $50. Who says, hey, Dean, happy 400 friend. Here's $50 for your therapy. No wonder you need an anxiety pin. I appreciate you for the $50, Beth. No, on a real note, I do need to kick this nasty habit to the curb, the anxiety pin and all, but these streams do make it hard. Fun fact. Like I'm not even joking. They make it hard to kick it. Thank you for the $50, Beth. Let's get 500 Beth W's. That is very, very, very kind. Brooklyn, I appreciate you for the $20 over on Venmo as well. Thank you, Brooklyn. You have a good day. And then Amanda with the $10 for the 400 episodes of The Grift. We're grifting so hard. Thank you so much for supporting The Grift. Eliana, thank you for the $20. Who says, I've been watching you for months and love what you do. Thank you, Eliana. You are awesome. I appreciate you for supporting what we do here. Thank you. And with that, we're all caught up on Venmo and Super Chat. Let's get caught up over on PayPal. Thank you for the $10, Cully. I appreciate you, Cully. By the way, man, it's good to see you today. Thank you. Mario, thank you for the 3. Daniela, thank you so much for the 2. And Mark, thank you so much for the $2 as well. And then SJ, I appreciate you for that $15 donation. I hope that you're having a good day today, SJ. And we have one more person to thank here. Dude, Gabby! Thank you so much for the $400 donation for the 400th episode. That is nuts! That is the second person of the day. Gabby! I know that you are always in here showing love, but like, Gabby, that is way too fucking much money. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. That is nuts. Gabby, sorry, I'm lost for words. Thank you. Thank you so much from the very bottom of my heart. You have supported me so very much, and I'm so grateful for you. Let's go ahead and read Gabby's donation message. Gabby with the $400 says, here's $400 for 400 episodes, 400 opportunities to change minds, and 400 sacrifices of your time to help better the country. Please take a moment, give yourself a pat on the back. You should be so proud. Peace and love to you as always from Gabby. Gabby, thank you. You know, I say this to you every time because, like, genuinely, you send some of the craziest donations ever, and I'm just so very grateful for you. Just know that I never take it for granted, and I'm so very privileged to be able to do what I do. And thank you so much for the love and support. I want to see 4,000 Gabby W's down below in that comment section, and that is GABY, because that is nuts. I don't know what's going on today. You guys have been so fucking kind. And I thought I'd just repeat one last time that I am so very grateful. And genuinely, I will never take it for granted. Brady, I appreciate you for your patience. Take it away, man. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, hey, so I'm only recently 19 and everything. I don't have all the information in the world. I stumbled across one of your lives, a couple times. I was like, hey, I'll see what this side looks like, I definitely don't agree with you on, a lot of the things that you say, but that's okay. I'm not here to cause a fuss. But I did want to get your opinion on, you say that you are okay with, illegal immigrants coming in. Is that true? Are you good with that?
No, so I think that undocumented entry is wrong. Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Predominantly because of the system of exploitation that is created from it. The fact that, it's kind of hard to come into the country as an undocumented immigrant. There's a lot of rights and various things that you don't have. Plus, you could die trekking through the desert if you're literally coming across the border. So I think undocumented entry is wrong. But a lot of people will confuse the fact that I support mass amnesty, which is giving undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, for me endorsing undocumented entry, when that's not true.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, that's just the main thing I wanted to clarify or see. You could probably go to the next person. I was just wondering if you were over that. Sorry, that's my bad.
Well, have a good one, Brady. I'd love to debate you. If there ever comes a day where you actually want to debate about why you support Trump, hop back inside of that queue. Come on, folks. Where are the Trump supporters at? Let me know. Let them at me, because I'm trying to find them. Specifically, the Trump supporters that are down to debate. Welcome in, Trucker. Do you support Trump? Sorry, not Trucker. Tucker. Hey, DB. Appreciate you so much for that, Leon the Kid. You are awesome. Tucker's not here. What about you, Brooke? Are you here? No, Brooke's not here either. We just got a bunch of people sitting in the queue not saying shit. Okay. All right. Bowman, what's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, Bowman's just playing music. We're going to go to kick Bowman. What about you, Asher? Do you support Trump? No? Okay, apparently Asher's not here either. What are we doing? No, Asher's back. Unmute that mic, little bro. Connor, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Is that Asher or Connor?
Asher.
Asher, do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 17. I'm about to be 18, so I'm voting soon.
Oh my God, bro. You got to be at least 18 to be on the live. What the fuck are we doing? Come on, folks. Yo, dude. Hey, Michael. Thank you so much for the $40 donation. Welcome in. Give me a moment. Over on PayPal. That is MICHAEL. Show some love to Michael down below in that chat for the $40, who says greetings from Germany. Well, greetings to you. I appreciate you for being here. Shout out to Germany as well. I hope one day I can make it to Germany. I'd love to take a look at Europe. Unfortunately, that's something I've never been able to do. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind donation, Michael. Huge shout out to you down below. Miss Brooke, do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. Yeah, I do. Only because he's Republican, though.
Are you driving?
I'm actually pulling up to my drive-through or my driveway right now.
How old are you?
I'm about to be parking. I'm let me think. I'm 25. That sounds so sus. I forget my age all the time.
Okay, I gotta put you on mute until you've stopped your car, just because
Okay,
it violates TikTok TOS. So just take your. Do you know how to take yourself off mute?
Okay, wait. I just stopped right now. Sorry.
Fantastic. Awesome. Okay, so what year were you born in? Let's start there.
2000.
Perfect. So Brooke, you're telling me that you support Trump just because he's a Republican? We should not place, party over country. We should always want to do what is in the best interests of the country, not just be blind loyalists to any given party.
But my thing is that, so in that aspect, because I didn't vote for Trump, but if I were to have voted, like, I wouldn't have wanted to vote for Kamala either.
Kamala would be how you pronounce her name.
Oh,
So if the
Kamala.
election was held tomorrow, who'd you vote for, Trump or Harris?
Well, I didn't vote.
I know, but hypothetically,
If I had to vote for
why
one,
didn't
I
you
would
vote?
have had to vote for the Republican Party.
Why didn't you vote?
Well, this year I was really busy when the voting came along, and I kind of just was like, I'm in a blue state, California, so I feel like my vote doesn't really matter anyways, because it's a very democratic.
So why would you vote for
state.
Trump over Harris?
Because I just didn't like what Harris was saying and her policies and stuff, and I just feel like morally, like, I align more with like the right side, like the conservative like ideas and stuff.
Sure. What Harris policy were you not a fan of?
I feel like it was more like what she was doing for her campaign, because I already like figured I probably wasn't gonna vote this last round, but I felt like she was pushing more like, I don't know, like she's just pushing more for, I'm trying to remember, there's like one policy, it's been like forever since they got elected and everything, but there's like a policy with the taxes or something I didn't like from her. And then I think in school she was trying to push, I don't know, like I just think there's certain things with the Democratic Party that's becoming like too extreme.
Like?
Just like how I feel like liberals and stuff, like, because they're pushing more like for the undocumented stuff, and I've seen like how you clarified how you're not for like undocumented like entry either, but I just feel like border control is important for safety. Like I'm not for like what they're doing with ICE, like that's why I'm definitely in the middle between like both. Like there are things in the liberal thing that I do agree with, but like for abortion too, like I'm not for abortion.
Oh, yeah, let's debate about abortion. Sorry, I've just been debating about immigration for 2 hours straight. I'm kind of over it. Do you think that abortion should be legal in rape cases?
I do. That's my thing, is I do definitely think people should have a choice, like in those aspects and stuff. I just would rather like promote more of like safe sex and like, you know, give girls more resources to prevent them from getting an abortion, because I think regardless, like rape is obviously a very traumatic thing. So
Okay,
I
so
can
you think
only
it should be
imagine
legal in
being
rape
raped and
in
then
rape cases?
having an abortion.
So what about in like non-rape cases? Just like your typical abortion. Should that be legal?
I do think that it should be legal. Just personally, like I don't agree with it. Like I don't know. I think it should have always been up to the state, and I feel like, wasn't Harris trying to say that it should have been like, I don't know, to the president or something?
Protected on the federal level. See, I think that access to abortion should be protected on the federal level because abortion's a human right.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I don't think that states should have the ability to legislate on human rights. The reason why I think that abortion is a human right is because I think it's a human rights violation to infringe on somebody's bodily autonomy if you don't have good enough reason to do so. Good example of that would be kidnapping or slavery. But another example of infringing upon somebody's bodily autonomy without having good enough reason to do so would be preventing them from accessing abortion when pregnant. There's no good reason to ban access to abortion.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think my main thing that probably difference me from that to like Republican is like gun laws. Like I definitely believe that, you know, we should have access to guns, and because I know now they're banning like the Glock in California, and I don't know. I just don't.
No,
I think there's already so many strict like gun laws in California as it is, as someone that just got a gun. I think that I don't know. I think that having like the guns taken away isn't going to solve the gun problem in America.
Okay. Interesting. Effective July 1st, 2026, California is going to ban the retail sale of many striker-fired semi-automatic handguns, including the Glock, because these handguns can be easily modified with illegal conversion devices to switch them to fire automatically. Oh, well, okay. All right. Yeah, I'd say I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'd have to look into the empirics surrounding the expected outcomes. But what I can say is that there's many other alternatives to a Glock for a handgun. So.
Yeah, I just think that I just feel like there's always something new being pushed, like, for the whole thing with guns, though. And my thing is,
because
like,
we have an
if they're
epidemic
worried
of gun violence in this country. I feel like a lot of people downplay the epidemic we have. Hey, Brandon Max, appreciate you for all the TikToks. The epidemic of gun violence that we have in this country led to an average of one mass shooting a day in 2025. We had like 1.3 mass shootings a day, and we need to do something about it. We have to.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm okay with like this experimental policy banning some styles of handguns that could be illegally modified into an automatic handgun, because we need to do something about it. I mean, Everytown gun research has consistently demonstrated that states with more gun regulation have less gun deaths, and we need less gun deaths. I mean, I think that epidemics call for extreme measures, and if that extreme measure means experimenting some variants of policy, such as banning handguns that could be illegally transformed into firing automatically, then I'm on board with it to see if it works. And hey, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't reduce gun deaths, then yeah, we should repeal the restriction.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just feel like there needs to be an emphasis on like mental health being pushed, because I feel like they're trying to battle it by like restricting guns.
Who's the party that promotes therapy? Who's the party that promotes therapy? Who's the party that promotes men expressing their emotions in a mature, rational manner? Who's the party that promotes the notion that, it's okay to be reliant on like some mechanisms such as antidepressants as a last resort? Okay.
Yeah,
who's the party that promotes better mental health? Clearly that's going to be the left.
At the same time, though, they also promote like stricter gun laws and like restrictions and stuff.
Yeah, because we want to do both. It's a comprehensive plan aimed to reduce the epidemic of gun violence in this country.
I just feel like you should be able to have access to
any gun
guns.
you fucking want.
Well, not any gun you want, but I feel like a Glock is kind of crazy because it's a handgun.
Well, it's a handgun that could be illegally modified to fire automatically. There's other handguns that can't be, so just go get one of the other handguns that can't be. I get wanting to own a handgun. I think that you should have the right to own a handgun. Okay, yeah, that's fair. And there's many other styles of handguns outside of Glocks.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't know. I just feel like the right party is just kind of like where I align more, because I know I used to be like a Democrat growing up, but...
Okay, Brooke. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you for joining. I don't know, man. A lot of the people that I've had on the stream so far today have just been... have just been... Yeah, so, you know what I mean? Are you picking up on what I'm putting down here? I don't know. Like, I'm 2 hours into the stream, and it's like, I'm starting to, like, go a little bit crazy. Like, not because the people who are joining the live stream are, like, going crazy on me and being, like dense assholes. But it's just, like, every guest, like, we've had so far today has been, yeah, like, just really, unintelligent, if you want me to be honest.
Okay?
Who the fuck are you?
I just have one thing to tell you, okay?
You have one thing to tell me.
There's an alliance of me, there's an alliance of Isabella, there's an alliance of Liv, there's an alliance of TPA, and we're all going to deplatform you. You don't deserve to have a platform.
Obsessive.
You spew misinformation, and you're going to be taken down very soon.
You know, else is going to be taken down.
I'm just warning you. I'm letting you know ahead of time, so it's not going to be like a shocker when it actually comes. It's just a matter of time. We're all working to deplatform you. We're speaking the truth, and everything's going to come out.
How's it coming along?
It's going great. We have a group chat. We discuss things every day. Liv,
Yeah,
Isabella, Rebecca, me.
And what do you
What was that?
discuss? Are you any closer to deplatforming me?
What do you think?
No.
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 No, we are. We're like actually so close.
How
and we're
close?
working. We're spreading the truth. Like we're just showing everything you're against. We're speaking the truth, and we're letting you know you're about to be deplatformed.
Why
Just a
don't you
matter of
like
time.
hold the same energy towards the rapist in the Oval?
Because I'm talking about you. I'm not a big
Right,
fan
it's
of you.
fucking like it's unreal. Like you hate me with such vehement force because
you're
I
a
happen to be
grifting loser.
a
Like you don't mean
grifting
any of the
loser.
shit that you say. Like how can you go
Yeah.
from saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry, you have terminal brain cancer." Thank you so much for the $20. Wow, can you get $200 Rebecca W's, please? How can you just switch from that? Like that's
What? What? Wait,
No,
what are
it's
you
true.
talking
Like, you-
about?
No,
Wait,
he's-
what are you?
no.
What are you talking about,
Dude, you make
bro?
like $2,000 for every stream. You don't deserve a penny of that, and that's why
Oh,
you're not gonna have
you're just mad about the donos. You're just mad about the donos. Speaking of the donos, Shitty, appreciate you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I
Here he
appreciate
goes.
you. I appreciate you so much, Shitty. Thank you. Oh, you just got a restriction for harassment and bullying. Shitty with the $20 says, oh, thank you so much for the love. Who says happy 400? I appreciate you, Shitty. And I'm sorry for calling you Shitty. That just happens to literally be your screen name. But just know that I really appreciate you. Oh, I wanted to have a little bit of a chat with her, but unfortunately she got banned. But one of her friends apparently. So you're working to deplatform me, Isabella?
Okay, I was like actually asking to see who that was.
You don't even know who that was?
I like genuinely want to know who that was because yes, I'm friends with Liv, but TPA is insane. I've never spoken. Don't circle me with those people in general though. Like,
Are you
what?
still a Trump supporter?
So I'm like, it's definitely teetering. Like, it's definitely going down. I can.
I don't know. You're an interesting case study, Isabella, because you are a Trump supporter.
You just called me a case study?
You are an interesting case study. You are.
How?
Because you've somehow become friends with like people in my very left-leaning Discord.
Oh yeah, I know. It's
Like
really
like
funny.
like they're like further to the left. Like I'm talking like you were like buddies with like socialists. Like how does and you're trying like
I know, they're like radical leftists and everything.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Like how does
it's
that?
really
Where does
funny.
like how does that work, Isabella?
Oops, I didn't mean to mute. But what do you mean? How does that work?
Like with your political beliefs about the fact that you're a Trump supporter?
I think you can be friends with people on the other side and still have different views in life.
I mean, it's just like a very rarity to see like a leftist be friends with a Trump supporter.
It's because I'm so likable.
That is such a
Like,
rarity. That's a rarity.
it's a rarity that people want to be my friend because I'm likable.
But see, the thing is, Isabella, what I won't deny, okay, Tina, I appreciate you for the Leon the Kitten, is that you definitely are like more sane than the average Trump supporter that we bring in alive. Like that's undeniable. Okay, you're clearly more of like a quote unquote person. All right, but
Yeah, like
why don't you just stop supporting Trump? You could be so much more likable if you just stop supporting Trump. Like what?
so you're
What's
saying
left?
if I stop
I'm
supporting
gonna
Trump,
give it.
that even
I'm gonna
more
give it this.
people would like me?
Yes.
That's I don't know. I just feel like he holds more views and more views that I relate to rather than Conlon.
I'm gonna give it one last chance here, okay, to try to change your mind, Isabella. I told you the last time you
I
came
didn't come
up.
up for a debate or anything, but I wanted to clear my name.
Well,
before
will you stay for a debate?
I'm just gonna get yelled at in your like server again, though.
I think that'd be a good thing, Isabella.
What? There's rules in there for a reason. Like, do you have any new things that have come up in today's time that would I don't know. I feel like just like with the people I've made friends with, and also just a lot of people in your server have been able to changed my mind on certain things and just opened my eyes to, yeah, I know he's already been like a bad man, and I said that I didn't support him as a person, but like as a businessman and everything, I more so did. But
the economy,
like a lot of people in your server are able to just like, I don't know, maybe it's because they're nicer.
Not nicer to me. It's the economy's in the shitter. So like the argument is that you maybe still support him as president because of the economy. How? He's failing our economy.
How is he feeling? Okay, that's just because it's right now because of like the whole thing going on.
We're literally insolvent. Gas is the highest since Nam. I mean, last year we got the most layoffs and bankruptcies since 2010 than COVID. Worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. It only continues to get worse. I mean, and we'd expect that from a fool who like runs on the implementation of economic policy, not because of the perceived economic outcomes, but because of his wrath and hate. Like tariffs, they weren't used to like rebuild our manufacturing. Our manufacturing's been crippled, but they were just used as an instrument of soft power to give him more unilateral control over the world.
What was the last part?
Like tariffs, you know, like they haven't been used to like generate better economic outcomes for this nation. They've just been implemented as a tool of soft power to like control other world leaders and what they do, right? It's just like what is Donald Trump doing that could possibly make him a quote unquote good businessman guiding our economy?
Well, I didn't mean like obviously right now stuff is going on. It's not all his fault, but I was saying like in the past he's been a good businessman, so I thought like he could negotiate with other countries and help us.
Well, I mean, every president before Trump was able to
was,
negotiate with Iran to prevent them from having nukes, but apparently he needs to go to war with them over it. Pretty sour businessman, if you ask me.
But I think I really am just like realizing now that this was all while he was running, and we thought it was going to be the same as his last term, but I'm realizing it's not like his last term at all.
Yeah, so then why don't you just rip the Band-Aid off and say that you're not a Trump supporter anymore? There's something holding you back, and I want to know what that something is.
Yeah, I just really, I don't know, I feel like I lean towards, like, I'm very much Republican than, like, the left side.
What makes you Republican?
My values, I don't agree with abortion. I think illegal immigration.
Do you think that abortion should be illegal?
Not so, like, I think in cases of, like, rape and everything, obviously, no. Like, it should not be, like, illegal at all. But
do you think it should be illegal in elective circumstances?
So how I, like, really say my point with this is that, like, I shouldn't know, like, if people are out here getting, like, abortions and stuff like that. Like, what you do with whatever you do with your body, that's none of my business. Like, I don't want to know about it. I don't want to see it or anything like that. I personally disagree with it, though.
Okay, so you think it should be legal, but you personally think it's wrong.
Yeah, I would never get one myself, and
that's not the Republican perspective. That's a Democratic perspective.
I definitely know it's not the thing, but I've realized that I'm not going to be able to just make it all illegal, and making it illegal in all cases isn't like the best circumstance, because there's going to be always things that happens.
Yeah, that's the Democratic perspective. So you're not a Republican, you're a Democrat.
Well, I definitely think I'm more on the Republican side.
Okay, but I asked you why you think you're a Republican, and you said because you hold to the Democratic pro-choice perspective.
It'll never be like that, though. Like, we don't live in a perfect world, so if we can't make abortions all illegal. Like, it's not going to work out that way. So it's better to accept that people are going to do that no matter what.
Okay. All right, whatever. Still, arguably pro-choice. I mean, if you think at the end of the day abortion should be legal, then you agree with the Dems, not the Republicans.
Well, obviously, I don't think that it should be legal, but I know that it'll never be illegal.
You think it should be illegal. So why do you think it should be illegal?
Mostly because it's like killing a fetus.
And why is that wrong?
Why is that wrong?
Yes.
Why is it wrong to kill a fetus?
Yes.
Because you're literally offing the fetus. Hello,
I don't think it's wrong because there's nothing I could identify that's true of the fetus that I find to be morally valuable. I understand that, you know, it's like a stage of human development. I understand it's a member of our species, but I also understand that it can't be harmed because it doesn't have a well-being, because it can't actuate any level of subjective experiences.
You can literally
what
see
makes our
it
lives
on the ultrasound, and the woman can feel it kicking. And you think that isn't like just offing a fetus?
So like kicking prior to like 20 through 24 weeks is just spontaneous muscle reaction in response to external stimuli. You also see very similar reactions in dead meat. Okay, but
so
but neurodoctrine studies have consistently concluded that low levels of sentience emerge at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks, and they only gain the ability to feel pain at around 27 weeks. So why is abortion wrong before like 20 weeks?
So then you think it's okay after 24 weeks?
I think that it's morally wrong after the fetus has sentience. Elective lethal abortions, I think they're wrong. But you think that they're wrong even before the fetus has sentience. Why?
Because it's still there and you can see a heartbeat.
But why does a heartbeat give it value? Cows, chickens, and pigs have heartbeat, and we eat them for lunch.
Yeah, but also God put them on this earth for us.
Okay, so it's about God?
Mostly, yeah.
Okay. Do you think it should be illegal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes, I think lying is bad. And when you lie to someone, yes.
It should be illegal?
Should be illegal. Yes.
Even about the existence of Santa Claus?
Yes.
So like secular, like Christian, like the secular practice of Christmas should be banned.
I'm not saying it's banned, but like
that's what illegal
tell
means.
them what the holiday is, not Santa.
Okay, but like, even though you think it's wrong to tell children that Santa, like Jesus, we got the Grinch on the live. Like, unironically, holy shit. So you do think it should be banned? Like, if you tell like your child that Santa Claus is real, like you're going to get a fine, maybe a little misdemeanor, might even be going to jail if you're a multiple count offender. Why?
And that goes for all lies.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Just lying in general. I
So
think that lying's bad.
So if I tell you have a brain, I should just have to give $500 to the government.
Yes.
Is what you're telling me.
Wait.
You just admitted you don't have a brain.
What?
That's funny. Okay. All right, Isabella, do you understand how like
You
clearly
just laughed
that's
at your own joke. Whatever.
I laughed at you agreeing to the fact that you don't have a brain.
Because I didn't fully process it. Obviously, that's why
because
I said
you
yes so
because
fast.
you don't have a brain.
Because I do have a brain.
I'm sorry. Okay. Listen, it's insane.
You think it is. I don't.
I don't even know what to like say for me. I've just never had anybody tell me that. Do you think it should be illegal?
That should be illegal to lie?
Like even tell like white lies?
What's an example?
I don't know. Remember that rule? Like if somebody asks you how they look and it's not something that they could fix in 5 minutes or less, you should, you know, tell a little white lie or something like that. I don't know. It's something I heard in high school. I could probably give you a better example. Just think of like any small white lie. Yeah, dude, your mixtape rocks. You say to your friend who just produced his first tape on SoundCloud, but it actually sounds like shit.
Probably. Probably. No, I just think lying's wrong and it's bad, and yeah, people should.
But
be
I
lying for
agree
it.
things
Every
are
lie is
wrong.
$25. Yeah.
I agree that things are wrong, but just
It'll
because
help out our
something's
world,
wrong
honestly. I
doesn't
feel
mean
like
that they
it'll
should
make
be illegal.
everyone a better person if we actually did like enact that act.
But like as an example, I think that like cheating is wrong, but I don't think cheating on your boyfriend or girlfriend should be a crime.
I think it should be a crime.
Oh my goodness. But then you support
like-
the admitted sexual exploiters president.
Okay, well,
Apparently he
what
should
he
be in
does in
jail,
his-
right?
what he does in his actual like whatever, I don't know him personally.
But
Well,
I think that like your argument here would conclude that Trump should be in jail. 30,000 plus lies? That's at least 5 years. Biggest lie told in American history by a president, the denial of 2020, at least another 10 years on top of the first 5. The rape, sexual exploitation, life, right? Like, I think in accordance with your view that every moral wrongdoing, even the incredibly miscellaneously small ones, white lies, okay, should be criminal, then Trump should be in jail because he's guilty of like an
Okay,
abundance.
see, if this act
of
was
moral
like
wrongdoings.
enacted and I was like president, okay, well then yeah, he would be in jail if we did that. and so would a lot of people. So then
Wouldn't
wouldn't be this
you
right
think
now.
that you should go to jail, Isabella?
If this was enacted and everything, then so I actually don't lie, so I wouldn't be in jail. And I don't cheat, so I wouldn't be in jail.
Okay, I don't listen. You got me stun locked. I'm gonna move on to the next guest, Isabella. I've never had anybody tell me that. I've never had anybody tell me that. So the argument that I wanted to give her that I couldn't, okay, because she told me that lying should be illegal, is, well, under the Christian view, a lot of like non-denominational Christians think that all sins are equal in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy. So if they think that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, then why shouldn't all other sins, like lying, also be illegal? But then she told me that all other sins should be illegal. Like, fuck. You know, just got me a little caught up there. Like, god damn it, dude. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. If you want to support me and the stream, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place. And right there, Dean Withers without the E. We're going to get that next guest court loading up into the box right now. We actually do have a couple of people to thank. You guys have been so kind today for the 400th episode. I'm so very grateful for y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
33.
Okay, Court. I got a couple of people to thank for their donations. If I take a moment to do that, are you going to leave?
No.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to go to do that right now. Karina, thank you for the $10, who says, love your lives. I have a great new argument against annotation I thought I'd share. I'll take a look at it. Thank you, Karina, for the $10. And then Robin, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo as well. I appreciate you so much, Robin. Let's get 500 Robin W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for the love. And Robin, I do read your message. I appreciate you for the criticism. Thank you for the $50. You're cool. Thank you so much. And then Abby, ABI, thank you for the $20, who says, I can't unnotice that the average Trump supporter you talk to can't defend him for more than 15 seconds without sounding like an insecure person talking about an insecure girl talking about her toxic
I know it's crazy that I'm
boyfriend.
33. All these
Excuse you.
comments. I
It's
know.
abusive
Sorry.
behavior.
I really am 33.
Are people getting on you for being 33 in the comment section?
Stupid.
Okay, that is a little dumb. Abby, thank you for the $20. Same thing to Stevani. Thank you so much for the $20 donation as well, who says, happy 400. Happy to have supported you this long when the show was just a thought. Stevani, I remember you. You have been watching since before we even started the show. Just know that I really do appreciate you as always. Please show some love to Stevani down below. And thank you for the $20. And thank you for the kind words about the happy 400. Caleb, thank you so much for the $10, who says best evidence that you aren't paid by the DNC. That would mean that the DNC spent money effectively. I like that, Caleb. Thank you for the $10. Then Evan, thank you for the $10 as well on Venmo, and Beth with the $4 wishing me a happy 400. Thank you, Beth. You are awesome. On PayPal, thank you so much, Haley, for the $20, who says love what you do. You helped me start debating with my MAGA dad, and he ran from me upon the last confrontation. Quick question. I know he'll ask me. I'm hoping that you can answer. He always asks me where I could get morals from, if not from God. He claims to be Christian. Well, I mean, there's many there's many groundings for morality outside of God. What I'd recommend is kind of just looking into like a Phil 101 course on like normative ethics and meta ethics. It's a bit too comprehensive for me to describe to you like on live in response to your dono. But if you like read like a really simple or watch a very simple YouTube video about like the introductory knowledge to meta ethics and normative ethics, I think that that'll give you a good response. I appreciate you for the $20, Haley. Same thing to you, Lauren. Thank you for the $1. I appreciate you. And on Super Chat, Kat with a 10 Canadian dollars, who says, ask her what her stance is on the legality of premarital sex. Ooh, that would have been a good one to ask her, Kat. I unfortunately moved on, though. Court, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. And by the way, if anybody else wants to support me, wants to support the show, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YT, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Go ahead and take it away, Court.
It's actually kind of funny. I'm not here for that. I guess my question to you is, why are you trying to be the next Charlie Kirk?
Well, I mean, I think I'm already better than Charlie Kirk, so why would I try to be something that would bring me down a level?
You definitely are not better than Charlie Kirk.
Sure, I mean, I could tell you one big difference
So
between me and Charlie Kirk that makes me
doing
better.
this? Have you been doing this before Charlie Kirk died or after Charlie Kirk died?
Years before.
Oh, you have. Well, I haven't heard of you, so.
Well, I mean, Charlie Kirk told me I gave him the best argument he's ever heard on abortion.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I also made him run away from me. Want to watch?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's just crazy. You're telling me that you've never heard about me, but you love Charlie Kirk, so this is always a fun one. This is a really fun one. Look at this little pathetic dweeb running from me. Let's go to get that pulled up.
It's a very move on your part to keep avoiding Dean.
Then debate me.
People like
Let me on the mic. Let me on the mic.
Get Dean on the mic. That's the whole reason I came up here.
Thank you.
Move for you to keep avoiding him.
This was Dean's whole plan. I'm going to bring these people here.
We've been told by every single one of Kirk's staffers that he doesn't want to talk to us. Yeah, I have some disagreeing questions. Do you think I could ask him?
Well, that's something you're going to have to talk to somebody else about.
The reason we weren't let in line is because we don't go to college. But apparently neither does a guy on the mic. We're in MAGA territory now. We need to be very respectful.
Hey, Charlie, Dean's here. Dean. Come on. You have a permit?
We should talk. Trying to talk to Charlie Kirk, but it's not worth it. Do you think me and Kirk should have a conversation? 100%. You got to get me up there, man.
You may be purposely ignoring you.
This is proven to be very difficult.
I think that we are in the free marketplace of ideas. Anyone should be able to come up here and challenge and debate you. If you're really for that, as you say you would allow someone to come up here and debate you on that.
It's a very move on your part to keep avoiding.
How crazy is that?
I didn't hear you once talk to Charlie Kirk.
I know, because he wouldn't talk to me.
I
It's
wonder
because
why.
I fried his.
Stupid.
No, it's because I fried his ass. Wait, actually, you revere Charlie Kirk like a god because you loved him and he's dead. Charlie Kirk called me intelligent. You want to listen to Charlie Kirk's thoughts on Dean Withers?
He didn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, because he was scared. He was terrified.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, you want to listen?
I am honestly shocked that you think that he was terrified of you.
Well, I mean, yeah, he was. I destroyed him in our debate on Jubilee. He spoke surprisingly kindly about me after that. Then he never wanted to talk to me again. It'd fuck up his money.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. Yeah. Listen, here's Charlie Kirk on a podcast after I debated him on Jubilee.
Okay, let's hear it.
Very smart kid. I actually think Dean is more likely to one day become more conservative because he's intellectually honest.
Would you ever be open to sitting down with him again and speaking to him?
Parker, I mean, that's maybe. Yeah, I mean, he'd have to clean up his act. Dean, for sure. And I actually have a heart for Dean in a way, not in a romantic way, obviously, but like, I have a heart for that kid. Like, I actually think
so funny that you said that.
Well, I mean, because society is so sick,
funny.
right? But no, I think he's on a journey of intellectual discovery, and I feel bad for him that he's getting rolled all over the internet because of something he said.
Checkmate! That means you gotta love me. You have to love me. Checkmate! Absolute checkmate. You gotta love me.
Gross.
You can't call me dumb. You just disrespected the Almighty.
No.
Yeah. You how dare you?
I don't have to like you.
How dare you say that I'm unintelligent? How dare you say I'm stupid?
I think
Kirk
is
said
way
otherwise.
more intelligent than you will ever be.
Well, I mean, I drilled him in a debate about abortion. He lost.
I'm sure. You keep going on and on about that. Let's move on.
Okay, let's move on. Where to next? How about this? If I'm so stupid, tell me why I'm wrong. Trump sucks. He's terrible for this nation. He's terrible for the world. His character's atrocious. Okay, and there's no redeeming qualities to his administration whatsoever.
But why did you automatically assume that I was a Trump supporter?
Well, because the live says, how do you still support Trump? The rules say to only join if you're an American adult above the age of 18 that is pro-Trump. And the first question when you joined was, do you support Trump as president? Good question, good answer.
I guess.
So why are you a Trump supporter? How do you respond to the fact that maybe he shouldn't be president because his character is atrocious? A court held him liable for rape. He admitted to sexual exploitation by barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owns. He sent a letter to Epstein depicting the naked body of a girl, talking about their deep, dark, beautiful secrets, quote unquote. Epstein named him as a P3DO in the letter that he sent to Larry Nassar days before he died, saying that he shares their affiliation for young sexually attractive girls. Okay, he's named in the files over 1 million times. He was credibly accused by a minor that was trafficked by Epstein in the files that he later attempted to hide illegally. His policy sucks. Big beautiful bill took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, made it more expensive for 45 million working-class Americans by cutting an ACA subsidy, cut food stamp benefits by 156 billion, cut the purchasing power for half of this nation. I don't know. How could he say he's so great? Tell us. He's been attacking and assaulting our democratic institutions, including separations of the branches of our government and the Constitution as a whole. He's launched an attack on the First Amendment by saying that it should be illegal to criticize him in the media. The Second Amendment by saying that no trans person should be able to own a gun. The Fourth and 14th Amendment by deporting people with no due process and arguing that the children born to undocumented immigrants don't have birthright citizenship. The 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard in Illinois. The 22nd Amendment by saying that he wants to run for a third term. The first and the second article by saying that he could pass policy without Congress and we need to federalize the elections. How could you support him?
Where did you get all this information?
Well, I got this from Executive Order number 14160 that violated the 14th Amendment, the ruling of a federal judge that he violated the 4th Amendment when he deported undocumented immigrants with no due process, from his own press conferences where he said that we should criminalize criticizing him in the media and having his FCC chair, Brendan Carr, go after people like Jimmy Kimmel, for instance. Other information of his attacks on the 22nd Amendment, once again, just comes from him. And then the 10th Amendment, that they violated the 10th Amendment by deploying the National Guard in Illinois, is coming from an opinion ruling from the Supreme Court, which is 6-3 conservative leaning.
Interesting.
So why do you still support him? She left. She said, interesting. That's funny. That's funny as hell. Hey, Momo. Momo's been such a good kitty today. You've been such a good kitty today, Momo. She has just been hanging out with me and my girlfriend all day long. She's just been such a good kitty. She's been cuddling with us since we woke up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
38.
Okay. Why is your profile picture such... Why is that your profile picture? It's just a really menacing bald eagle?
I think it resonates with our country. Yeah, menacing at this current point in time.
True. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I'll get into that. Can you just assure me that you're not going to go into full Eminem rap god after I respond? Because if you do, it might take me a little bit of time to be able to respond articulately.
Yeah, I won't turn into rap god. Don't worry.
All right, cool. Because it was impressive. I mean, your articulative ability is very, very incredible. I just want to say this, though, in regards to...
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was
No,
just
go
going to
ahead.
say, I intentionally overwhelmed her with all that information because I expected her to not give me a response. But, I mean, it seems like you're here for
Of course,
a
I'm
debate,
called
so.
up next after that. I'm still processing it, so just bear with me here. But no, in regards to Charlie Kirk, though, I mean, you guys have touched base on that a little bit, though. Is there not a little bit of empathy in regards to him being unalived? I mean, irregardless of positional stances, political opinions, I mean, I felt like there was a little bit of a lack of empathy there when you were talking about him.
So what you call a lack of empathy is just me being honest about the man who he was. And I feel like a part of the human nature is this yearning to want to glorify bad people in death. You know, this is why you go to anybody's funeral. The eulogy is always says they're one of the best people that's ever lived. When in all reality, death doesn't make a bad man good. All right? And I'll be honest about the fact that Charlie Kirk was a bad man. Okay? And I'll continue to be honest about that fact. And I'll continue to be honest about my thoughts on Charlie Kirk. But clearly, I'm very infamously known for thinking that Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to get murdered in front of a crowd of 400. So,
all right. I just wanted to get that out there. I mean, I try not to make light of anybody, whether regardless of party, when they're unalive, no matter who they are. But anyways, moving forward, in regards to why I support Donald Trump, I mean, all of his policies, with the stance on tariffs. So, from the perspective of this, that we do not know, whether it be you, me, or anybody, of the future in which all the moves that are being made in regards to the tariffs and why they're enacted, the policy decisions, primarily in regards to such as Venezuela, what's taking place in Iran, the focal point is truly the underlier is China. and the AI revolution race, whether you know about AIG or not.
5D chess. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Oh yeah. No, it's okay. You can laugh. It's fine. You know, as a father though, under the Biden era, you know, things just got turned upside down. I mean, they got a little bit too crazy, to be totally honest with you. I mean, in all regards, you know, to each their own. I believe in to each their own. I firmly respect the individual rights of individuals to.
How did things get too crazy under the Dems?
Man, is that a serious question?
Yes.
I mean, we had rainbow flags flying higher than the American flag. Transgender Day coincidentally falling on Easter. We had men and women's bathrooms. We had the mutilation of children underage. You know, I mean, one of Trump's first executive orders was pardoning Christians, creating faith-based initiatives at the White House. I mean, these are just some of the fundamental aspects.
I'll respond to all those things. So you said that we saw.
Hold on. I know you're gonna go into rap god on me, so just give me a second, please.
I better start writing them down then. Let me make sure that I got you right. You said gay flags flying higher than American flags. You said transgenders everywhere.
Any flag higher than the American flag. Period. Doesn't matter what it is.
And then you said transgender for everybody?
No, transgender coinciding on Easter.
Yeah. Okay, then what was the third point?
Mutilation of children.
Okay, what was the fourth?
Persecution of Christians, the fact that they even had to pardon anybody and create faith-based.
Yeah, okay, persecution of Christians. What's next?
You're typing away.
I know, because I'm writing down the things that you're saying, so I want to... Right. What's next?
I'm going slow right now, so hold on. I'll get up there with you. Just the basic emphasis of just Christian values, irregardless of his personal etiquette and behavior. You know, I mean, he doesn't enact policies that are more Christian-based than Biden.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, he did. You know what? We're going to get into the Epstein. We're going to get into Epstein, too, because I'll tell you what. He is the one that investigated Epstein. It was his Department of Justice. It was his Department of Justice that investigated him initially, and it's his Department of Justice who released anything that we have to this day. Biden sat on it entirely while he's basically eating ice cream. I mean, you know, we'll get into that, too.
Okay, is that all? Do you want me to respond now?
No, you can respond, but that's not all. But go ahead.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So to your first point, you're saying that gay flags are flying higher than the American flag.
Any flag, period. Doesn't matter what flag. Not just the transgender flag, but any flag, period.
Okay, then I just don't know like what your point is rooted in. Are you essentially just saying that people on the left didn't fly the American flag?
The fact that it was a rainbow flag. The fact that it had to be a rainbow flag flying higher. I don't know. Could you fly a different flag?
But when you say like flying higher, I'm just not sure what you mean.
Higher than the American flag?
Like, did you just see like every Democrat ever like flew a gay flag above the American flag in front of their house? Like, why? I'm confused.
On our governmental buildings, Capitol buildings, and so forth. Come on, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah. Listen, this is like I don't know, what would we call it? A conspiracy theory? Like, listen, I'm sure that there were some governmental buildings that flew the LGBTQ plus flag that also flew the American flag. And I'm sure on some of these buildings, the LGBTQ plus flag was above the American flag. On others, it wasn't. And I'm pretty sure that was just because like people put the flags on the buildings, didn't really give it much of a thought, and then went on with their days. Now, I think that it's good to fly the LGBTQ plus flag. I think that, of course, members of said community are marginalized in this country, especially when we have people screaming and shouting from offices higher up saying that it's wrong to be gay, or even if we just look back less than 20 years ago when gay marriage was illegal and conversion therapy was promoted. Like, clearly, yeah, it's going to be a good thing to fight for the inclusivity of gay people in America. Quite frankly, I'd argue that there's nothing more American than it, okay? American values are supposed to represent equality and freedom and liberty for all, right?
I agree, yeah, 100%.
Okay, and I think that we've seen an attack on members of the LGBTQ plus community that has limited their freedom and liberty. So tell me, how is it anti-American or opposed to true American values to fight for their inclusivity through teaching, through educating, through protesting, or through flying a flag for visibility?
Are we ramming heterosexual behavior down everybody's throats?
Yes.
Because no, we're not.
Yes, we are. Of course. Yeah. When you like, when you, dude, if you listen to like 99% of Christian pastors across this nation, what do they tell you? That if you're gay, you're like literally devil, like Satan incarnate, and there's something just dysfunctional with you, and you got to be straight. I mean, and that's like a very literal sense of ramming it down people's throats. But we also had institutional senses of ramming it down people's throats by like giving people who were joining the military polygraphs. And if it detected a lie when they were asked if they've ever slept with a man, they were kicked out, or forcing people to go through and undergo conversion therapy. We're absolutely ramming being straight down people's throats. Like, for instance, do you think that it's wrong to be gay?
No.
Okay. So you don't think that it's wrong to be gay at all?
No, to each their own, man.
Yeah, did you know that like a vast majority of the conservative movement disagrees with you?
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that a vast majority of conservatives think that being gay is morally wrong?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Oh, yeah, so true.
I think that we all firmly believe to each their own. We just don't want it rammed in our faces, nor do we want our children indoctrinated to such behavior. We want them to make their own choices. We want our children to make their own choices.
So do you think it's a choice to be gay?
We want our children to be able to make those choices.
So you think that being gay is a choice?
Absolutely.
Okay. See, that's another issue because it's not a choice.
Well, I think it wouldn't become a choice if you are forcing it upon them. I mean,
I don't think that there's anything that you could force upon a child to make them be gay in the same way there's nothing you could force upon a child to make
when you're having
their
parades and you're bringing it into
blue
schools,
instead of brown, for instance.
When you're when you're bringing it in front of them in elementary school and you're parading it in front of them and you're having protests about it and it's in their face consistently, and then you're making it.
The issue with that argument is that we know that being gay is underpinned by a biological reality that's developed in utero. Like, for instance, gay men have larger interior commissures in their human brains than straight men. That's going to be the nerve lining between the hemispheres on your brain. They also have varying traits of different neurohormones, such as FSH, different dendritic densities in the AINAH3 subsection of the hypothalamus. And we even see massive correlations along the genetic code in the XQ23 chromosome. Like, all of these characteristics and attributes aren't things that could be changed by throwing a child in a pride parade. No, these are things that you're born with.
Okay, so does all of the evidence and information that you just described give reason for parading it in front of the children?
Well, what it gives reason to believe is that you are incorrect when you argued that being gay is a choice.
Well, it doesn't become a choice when you're throwing it in front of them and you're telling them, hey, look, go down this route, as opposed to letting them select a route on their own.
But it's not a route that you could select in the same way the color of your eyes is not a route you could select.
Why isn't it? I mean, we have freedom of choice.
Because it's driven. You have free will. Does the fact that you have free will give you the ability to change the color of your eyes?
If you're raised in a certain environment and you're only accustomed to certain things, that's what you're most likely to fucking go down, to be quite honest with you.
Can the environment in which you're raised in change your race?
The environment in which you're raised in can make you subjected to the environment in which you're raised in, absolutely. It won't change your race, but it could change your future, and it could change the foresight.
So you're telling me that like the environment that you're raised in, cannot like change like the biological underpinnings, such as the color of your eyes or the phenotypical characteristics in which we have assumed to describe, the social construct of race. Similarly, it can't change your sexual orientation.
I don't know how we got stuck on this topic.
Because I'm demonstrating to you with science that being gay is not a choice, and you won't give it up.
But you're removing the choice in certain aspects when you're pushing it down people's throats.
I'm saying there was never a choice to begin with. You can't choose to be gay. You can't choose to be straight.
You can't choose to be a gangster?
Being gangster is not a sexual orientation.
I mean, for real. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, do you think that the individuals that are subjected to drug trafficking that are raised in certain areas of the country, it doesn't matter, it could be a suburb or an urban area, if you don't think that they're raised in a certain area, do you not think that they have a higher propensity to be a drug dealer if they're raised in a drug distribution?
These two things are not equivalent, because being a drug dealer is a choice in which you'd make in conducive with your environment and will.
But when you lead them down that path,
not a choice that you'd make in that is conducive with your environment and will. Can you please show me the scientific studies that demonstrate that drug dealers literally have a different neuroanatomical makeup than non-drug dealers?
They're surrounding an environment in which they've been subjected to. That prohibited them from having a different avenue in which they could have partaken.
I'm trying to talk to this guy, but he's impossible. Listen, buddy, what I'm saying is I understand what you're saying. Okay, you're giving an example about how somebody's upbringing and environment could increase the likelihood that they become a drug dealer. Okay, I agree with you. I do. But this is a false equivalence. The reason why we can't compare, okay, being a drug dealer to being gay is because we know that being gay is not caused by your environment and upbringing due to the science that exists to demonstrate that it is rather caused by biological underpinnings in which are developed in utero. I gave you that science. I talked about the differences in the neuroanatomical structure of brains between gay men and straight men, the differences in the hypothalamus, the AINH3 subsection, the FSH neurohormone, okay, the associations on the XQ23 chromosome. This is science.
Okay, so then barring the fact that I'm not disagreeing with the science, but then say take somebody that doesn't conform to the science reports, and then you're subjecting them to the entirety of what we're talking about here. Is it not possible that somebody who doesn't have all of these underlying undertones possibly goes down that fork in the road because they've been subjected to it? It's been paraded in their face. It's been rammed down their throat over the course of time.
No, it's just not possible. No.
Really?
Yeah, really. Or else we wouldn't expect to see so many gay kids coming out of alt-right households. The best evidence that it's not possible is conversion therapy failing. And I'm not just talking about conversion therapy failing, okay, for the people that underwent it, but more so the quote-unquote ex-gay men that started them. Okay, if changing your sexual orientation was possible, then the quote-unquote self-described ex-gay men that started Exodus International and ran it for 45 years, the largest conversion therapy in the history of the United States of America, wouldn't have inevitably closed down Exodus International and came out and admitted that he was still fucking gay. All right, there's nothing you could do, dude.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, honestly, just answer this honestly, do you think you'd be where you are today if you were raised in the hood?
What does the hood mean?
Let's just say for all intents and purposes, high drug trafficking, high prostitution zones. If you were raised in the ghetto, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
I'm just saying, if you were so the question is, if you were subjected.
I'm just really confused. I mean, I think that using words like the hood and ghetto is really dated. And honestly, quite frankly, a lot of white people like to use those words to describe black people in a very racist way. So I stay away from them. But but in my upbringing, I was homeless. But I don't understand how that's relevant to this debate in the slightest.
My question is, if you were raised in an environment that was entirely predicated or primarily predicated upon drug distribution.
Listen, I'll just say if I was raised in an environment different than the one I was, it's possible that I wouldn't be doing this today. Would I still have blue eyes though? Yeah, I would still have blue eyes. Would I still be white? Yeah, I would still be white. Would I still be male? Yeah, I would still be male. Would I still be straight? Yeah, I would still be straight. Because guess what? In the same way, my race, my sex, and the color of my eyes are underpinned by a biological reality, i.e. phenotypical characteristics, okay, i.e. chromosomes, so on and so forth. Okay, so is my sexual orientation.
All right, look. The bottom line is this. But the reason why I support Trump is because he's a no-nonsense individual. As much as people don't understand it, the reason why the majority of us support him is because he has the perfect dose of narcissism with a slight psychopathy at the right time. And that's reality.
So you're completely moving away from the debate that you just fucking got lost on. We
got stuck in this. I don't want to be stuck in that.
Now listen, you said that he's obsessed with the betterment of America. Then why is this country failing?
Oh, yeah.
Why is this country and its institutions failing its people? Okay, unemployment 5-year high.
Year and a half.
And in the last year and a half, our country's gone to shit. Every single macroeconomic data point has gotten worse. From unemployment to GDP growth to layoffs to manufacturing bankruptcies, our economy is significantly worse today under Trump than it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. Today, he possesses the lowest approval rating of any country in history at this point in his term. Maybe it has something to do with promising to start no new wars and starting a war in Iran that's achieved absolutely nothing and threatening to genocide their 90 million constituents. Or claiming to be God, attacking the Pope, claiming to be a Christian, then praising Allah on Easter. Something else that you said in there is that you think that his policy is pro-Christian. Explain to me how it's explain to me how it's pro-Christian to take from the poor, leave them to starve and die just to give to the rich. The big beautiful bill defunded Medicaid by upwards of $1 trillion and food stamps by $156 billion. What does the Bible say? Well, in Matthew it says, the way that you treat those with lesser than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. Donald Trump says, if you have lesser than me, we're going to go ahead and ensure that you don't have health care, even though 51,000 low-income Americans already die every year because of that. We're going to ensure that your food stamps are less by defunding USDA by $156 billion. We're going to ensure that you have to illegally pay $92 billion in tariffs that were ruled as unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And guess what? When we're forced to give refunds, we're not going to give it back to you, the average everyday American. We're going to put it back into the pockets of the rich and elite, i.e. the refunds to the corporations compared to the people that paid them. Right? How is any of this pro-Christian? I mean, or other actions like the whole, I'm going to run on trying to ban all new Muslim entry into this country. Would Jesus dine with a Muslim? Yeah, dude, he fucking invited a Pharisee to be one of his disciples.
Oh God, listen, you said so much there. Listen, he's trying to incentivize people. There's so many people here that are on food stamps, that are collecting assistance, that don't need to be, that are manipulating the system, whether they be illegal immigrants or elsewise. American citizens that can get off their ass, that can do something with their lives and be a productive part of society. That is the emphasis behind it. Okay? I mean, we have a lot of...
So that emphasis has failed. Because guess what? It has been proven time and...
It's been less than a year and a half.
Well, we know from much more than just the last year and a half that social safety nets increase economic mobility, help more people get off their asses, and ensure that our labor force is better equipped to make more money. All right. And in the last year and a half,
mentality, though. You want to have a workforce that is empowered to do things as opposed to socialism. Simply sitting by and subsiding off of government funds to do nothing and just be acceptance of that. I mean, that's the reality.
You're wrong.
I mean,
socialism has nothing to do with wealth distribution. Socialism is a mode of production, meaning that the workers of an organization would own the organization. Democracy in the workplace.
Well,
so you're wrong.
I firmly believe that you're going to see what happens in the capitalistic society. That is the best option that has been created in humankind. That is the best opportunity we have.
I mean, I don't think that you could know that when you don't even know what the other options are, right? Because you just tried to define socialism as something which it wasn't.
I was born and raised as an American. Over 90,000 GDP per capita. I know how much money I have, even with $5
is our capitalist society getting better or worse with Trump as president?
It's been less than a year and a half. You have to give them time for policies to turn into fruition.
Oh, well, I mean, then how do you explain the fact that before Trump was elected, things were going up? After Trump was elected, things are going down. How do you explain that?
Because those are Trump policies that were in effect.
Oh, okay. So the Trump policies made the economy worse?
No. Under Biden, how would you say the economy was with the rebound?
The rebound was great. Yeah.
Yeah. And those are Trump policies, including the tariffs that Biden adhered to. I mean, Biden furthered it with the CHIP Act, but he kept Trump's.
Oh wait, so with the Chips and Science Act was Trump's bill?
Oh, that was Biden's. But
right. So what Trump policy helped in the rebound from COVID? Tell me.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I can't name it, so then you're going to use your Lord's name in vain, good Christian.
All right, listen, man.
Name the policy. You said the only reason why the economy was so great after COVID and it rebounded phenomenally was because of Trump's policy. So name the policy.
You are much like Isaiah in so many regards, right? So like you say
a lot of words. Much like another really
smart
smart man. Nice. Thank you for
He's very
complimenting.
intelligent. He is. He's only 27. He's very intelligent. I even told him he needs to run. And perhaps you do too. But you need to slow it down a little bit because the majority of Americans on your side and my side aren't going to be able to compute this shit. You got to give us a chance to respond.
I'll slow it down. You said the reason why the economy rebounded well under the Biden-Harris administration after the pandemic was because of Trump's policy. So here's the question that I'm asking. Can you please name the Trump-era policy that helped the economy rebound well after the Biden-Harris administration?
It was a naturalized rebound because COVID had ended. So then people were returning to work. So then a lot of the rebounding that you saw were people that were naturally returning to work.
Oh yeah,
Granted,
for the first 15% of the jobs added under the Biden-Harris administration. Even when we account for COVID bounce back jobs, they still averaged over 200,000 new jobs a month.
Just hold on. Trump passed the CARES Act. That was necessary during the height of COVID. Then Biden passed another $2 trillion after the economy reopened, which in my opinion was highly unnecessary because as I sat there with my wife and 4 children receiving over $10,000 for that year while the economy was wide open, we both sat back and questioned, why are we getting this money? Then
because it
inflation
prevented a
soared.
recession.
Okay, well, guess what? Sometimes preventing a recession can result in you can have a ton of inflation as a result.
We actually
So a V-shape-
rebounded from inflation in America faster than any other country in the G7. The hell are you?
Of course we
yapping
did,
about?
because we're the largest GDP. And we're the
Wait,
largest
what-
consumers on the planet.
Yeah, what did that
It's
just mean? More
inevitable.
people spending more money, meaning more upward pressure
Yeah.
on prices because the
And
demand
that's
is
the
higher?
irony behind Trump. So that's the irony behind Trump. So that's the irony behind
But
Trump.
you
though.
still,
So if
but you
don't-
still haven't explained why the economy is doing so poor now. You've just said we got to wait for his policy to go into effect. I think it has, brother. I think it has.
Hold on.
I think that we saw the immediate impact of his tariffs, which was a destabilized market that disincentivized investment, and which then led to a 5-quarter decrease in investment into manufacturing after a 3.5-year boom under Biden. Okay, we saw that GDP growth was down by 1% because less people wanted to invest in America. Q1 of 2025, when he started implementing his tariffs, we saw negative GDP growth, the only developed country in the world to see negative GDP growth. And we also saw the worst jobs report. Maybe that had something to do with the tariffs, disincentivizing investment, causing manufacturers to go bankrupt, or maybe that had something to do with the big beautiful bill in which is now kicking people out of work because they can't because they're dealing with chronic illnesses that they can't get paid for by the government because Donald Trump kicked 10 million low-income Americans off Medicaid. My point is you can't just say that the economy's been in the shitter, but it's not Trump's fault because he's only been president for a year and a half. Learn some fucking humility and
Hold
grow a
on.
goddamn brain.
I'm not. Hey, listen. Trump has directly impacted the price at the pump due to the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, the war in Iran. Absolutely. When everybody said that his tariffs that he was implementing, even when they reached the heights of 200% very briefly with China, it was going to cause a recession. It was going to collapse the economy. They were wrong. Okay. And so right now, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is shut. We have high gas prices intermittently here. Who knows how long that'll go? But do you even know what the real underlying reason is behind everything we're doing, all the policies? I don't think you do.
Oh, yeah. What's the real
Because it's all
underlying reason?
impulsivity. There's no foresight. Nobody knows where we're headed. They only see what's happening today. I gotta
Wait,
fill up my
so
gas.
Trump is an impulsive narcissist with no foresight.
No. People that respond in the way in which you do when it's like, okay, gas prices are $4.99.
So it has nothing
Yes,
to do
but
with
there's-
Trump.
We're actually going somewhere. No, it has everything to do with
Going
Trump. We're
somewhere
actually
worse.
heading
I mean,
somewhere.
everything's getting worse, buddy.
Worse.
Yeah,
Really?
everything. Name a single macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was at the end of the Biden.
What was the
Harris
biggest? What was the biggest economic factor that happened in the last 100 years? Tell me.
What do you
2
mean,
words.
biggest economic factor? I don't. That's a vague.
Industrial
question.
revolution. Industrial revolution. Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah, the industrial revolution
Okay.
was a
Moving
pretty
forward,
big
what
economic
is
quote-unquote
moving
quote-unquote
forward? What is
factor.
the next biggest thing that is about to happen to the globe? What is the next biggest thing? AI, right? So what does China need? That is why we have bottlenecked them and sequestered them from being able to obtain their semiconductors, their microchips. That is why everything we have done from Venezuela to Iran to the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz,
That's not
every
what Trump
fucking
said.
thing with the tariff, huh?
That's not what Trump said.
It's a diversion tact. Everybody hinges on his words. All the fucking late midnight posts. Oh man!
So Trump
Listen,
lied about why he started the war in Iran.
But you can see it if you look at every single thing
If
that
you
is
look at
happening.
everything?
It is a race.
No, you're just trying to
between China-
turn a
No.
madman's mad action into 5D chess through a very weak quasi justification.
It's all there. It's there
embarrassing.
for you to see. You can look it up. I know you
So
can.
I
You can
have a
look it up.
question.
I'm telling you.
So when Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, then called for her to be thrown in jail, and then admitted to sexual exploitation by barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants, was that like also the whole 5D chess thing? Like we're gonna stop China
You
from
didn't rape
developing
Eugene
AI in
Carroll.
20
Come
years?
on, man. You think he raped her in a dressing room? You really believe that?
That's what a court
Give me a
ruled,
break.
buddy.
You think that in a dressing room, you really believe that happened?
Yes.
You believe that?
Why should
You're an
I not?
intelligent. You're a highly intellectual individual. Come on.
Oh, don't try to sit here and say that because I'm a highly intelligent individual, I shouldn't believe the
So
woman
he
who's
went
able
into
to
the
prove that he
Macy's.
raped her.
And he went into the
was a liar.
Macy's changing room. Went into the Macy's changing room.
Wasn't
and
even
raped her.
Macy's. It was Borgman Goodman's, but whatever.
Same thing. It's all the
not
same.
not the
Departments-
same thing,
yeah.
but go ahead.
Come on.
I'm sorry. I
Come
just got to correct you because clearly you don't know your facts.
Why did you throw that out of there out of nowhere after I started
you were
talking about
wrong.
what I was talking about? No. You switched the subject though when I was saying what I was saying. Why
Oh,
is
did
that?
you want to continue to talk about how your absurd claim that China is leading an AI revolution that Donald Trump is stopping by taking over Venezuela and going to war in Iran, but then he lies about it by engaging in 5D chess? Yeah, that's
Why
a
do we want-
nonsensical
yeah.
conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy. Why do we want Greenland? What's in Greenland? Minerals.
Well, we never got Greenland.
But why did we want it?
I don't know, because
the
Donald Trump is
minerals.
an imperialistic idiot.
No, it's for the minerals.
Yeah.
And so then why do we want
for their
why do we go to
resources?
Venezuela?
Yeah, which is bad, by the way. We shouldn't steal other
Resources.
countries' resources.
Okay, but that's what we've done. That's what we do. So
Yeah, that's
let's
a
be
bad
real. Let's
thing.
be
Wait,
real.
is theft wrong?
But that's how we've always been, no matter what party.
Can
it
you just
doesn't
can you
matter.
just answer the question? Is theft wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. So we shouldn't take Greenland.
But if you can uplift 50,000 people in the process and make them uber wealthy, is it a problem then?
Wait, the underlying thesis to theft is that you're going to steal something from somebody else because it's going to benefit you. You just merely suggesting that if we do steal resources from Greenland, it would benefit people in America is not justifying the theft. It's explaining why you're doing the theft. Like,
why are
for
you
instance,
why are you using a diversion tactic from the reality of what I talked about?
this isn't
though?
a diversion tactic. I'm just describing why the last sentence that left your mouth was bullshit. Are you going to sit down and shut up and let the real man speak, or are you going to continue to interrupt like a little boy?
I'll let you speak. Go on.
Good. So you said, well, maybe the theft of Greenland would be justified because it would benefit America. The underlying thesis of theft is that you're going to steal something because it's going to help you. Just because stealing something helps you doesn't make stealing it a good thing.
What did we steal? What have we done to Greenland?
I mean, you said that we wanted to steal their resources.
I never said we were going to steal their resources. I said we wanted their resources, and the reason behind
how
that's
did he want to
why.
get their resources? By invading them.
I mean, you can't invade them when you already have contracts for all of our military installations on the continent. So, I mean, like, let's be real here.
Yeah, you
We
can,
already have
because the
military-
contract is for military installations through not NATO, not entire country takeover. Be
But
real.
our presence is justified because we already have the bases there more than anybody else, Dean.
The presence would be justified specifically for the basis, not for a country takeover. This is like saying that if you go into a contractual agreement with an employer that obligates you to show up in their business 8 hours a day, that all of a sudden you're justified in killing the employer and making the business in which you show up to 8 hours a day your permanent home for 24/7. No, just because we have some type of presence there doesn't mean that we have unilateral justified control over the entirety of the nation.
You don't think that the citizens, the 50,000, wouldn't like to be each a millionaire? I mean, is that what your justification is here?
Well, I mean, they actually threw the largest protest in the history of their country saying that they didn't want to be owned by America because guess what? Some people aren't compromised by a paycheck, unlike all MAGA grifters. You guys were somehow swindled into voting for a rapist admitted sexual exploiter because you thought you'd get a paycheck for it.
But is the
Tax
one that
cuts
took
for the top
Epstein down
1%,
and
but then you never did.
He's the one that took Epstein down and released Epstein files that we've had thus far.
Oh, you know
Right?
who's the one who released the Epstein files?
His Department of Justice.
No, actually, they still have 2 million more files to go. They've been breaking the Epstein Files Transparency Act since the start. But the body that's responsible for releasing the Epstein files is the American people. Because guess what? He said he wasn't going to do it. Caroline Leavitt labeled it an act of hostility against the admin to vote for the release of the files in Congress. Yet the people demanded it be done. So what did the Democrats do? The Democrats started forming a coalition to force a vote, to petition for a vote for the release of the Epstein files. They were 4 people short. So then they started reaching out over party lines. They got Thomas Massie on board. They got Nancy Mace on board. They got Lauren Boebert on board. And they got MTG on board. And then they were one singular vote short. So then the Democrats in the 7th District of Arizona held a special election, elected Adelita Grahova. Trump realized, oh shit, they are 1 vote short from forcing the release of the files. So then Mike, I don't know, whatever the fuck. Mike Johnson, that's his name, in Congress, delayed her swearing-in ceremony by 6 weeks. He even got inevitably sued by the AG of Arizona because it was obstruction. But inevitably, push came to shove. They had to get her in there. Okay, they made her a member of Congress. Then they finally had a majority to force the vote for the release of the Epstein files. What did Trump do? He didn't say, oh, this is awesome. No, he turned around. He attacked all of the Republicans that were on board with the plan. He sent, like, mean-ass rants about Thomas Massie out on Twitter saying that he's the world's worst rhino ever. Okay. He killed Lauren Boebert's clean water bill in Colorado because she divested away from MAGA. He pushed MTG out of politics as a whole. She's fucking retired. Okay. And then who's left? Nancy Mace? Yeah, well, she got some strongly, she was then brought into the White House and sat down by 4 administration officials to coerce her into taking her name off the discharge petition list. But it didn't work. So then after they had the majority to force the release of the Epstein files, Donald Trump turned around and he said, well, now that the Epstein files are going to be released, even though literally just 3 weeks ago I was calling it an act of hostility to vote for the release of them, I'm now going to say I want them to release because I'm gridlocked, okay? I've been checkmated. And instead of like just one political disaster, i.e. being named in the Epstein files and fucked and exposed for the piece of shit he is, you know, he'd prefer that over the 2 political disasters. And then on top of that, also be able to control the leak through the DOJ, which is exactly what he did. He did control the leak, okay? Point number 1, the Epstein Files Transparency Act forced him to release all of the files by the December 17th deadline. What did he do? He released none of the files by the December 17th deadline. And then in the next month, he made small releases of percentages of the Epstein files. And inside of those releases, 90+% of the contents were completely redacted, which also violated the law because it only allowed for redactions of the names of victims or minors, but they were straight up redacting the names of co-conspirators. And then they gave it one big last release with the 3 million files, and then they said, we're not going to release anymore. So what do we have at the end of the day? We only have around 60% of the Epstein files released, and then inside of that 60% of the Epstein files that are released, 70% of their contents are redacted. That is not the Trump administration upholding accountability for the American people and holding the rapists, pedophile, abusers in the Epstein files accountable in the eyes of the law. That's the Trump administration trying to prevent the release of the Epstein files, being forced to by Congress and the American people, and then controlling the release by breaking the law, okay, and making selective redactions illegally, hiding Trump's name over 1 million times illegally, personally hiding accusations from credible minors, accusing Trump of child rape illegally, concealing the names of co-conspirators illegally. It is a blunder for the Trump administration. Do not try to revise history.
Epstein Island was a honeypot, yes or no, Dean?
Jesus Christ. I'm not going to let you ignore
yes or
everything I
no.
just said. I don't even
I
know
didn't ignore everything you just said. How the hell do you want me to respond to all that?
I don't even know what a honeypot is, bro. What's a honeypot?
You don't know what a honeypot is? It's what Epstein Island was, where they lured in individuals that are princes and kings and leaders of countries, presidents, as well as corporate owners, and get them caught in acts to do their bidding. It's a honeypot. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be that could be true. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So
got a bunch of pedophiles to go do
pedophilia
pedophilia to then hold blackmail over them.
Yes. Yeah. As sick as it is. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. But okay. And Epstein had the highest of ranking credentials with the Mossad, CIA, and elsewise. Correct.
I know nothing about his connections to Mossad.
Okay. It's a honeypot, Dean.
Dude, I cooked this guy so hard. He went from being like a MAGA debater to Alex Jones on crack. Like, come on,
what is reality,
let's get real for a second. Like, what are we doing? Can you respond to any of the points that I made to demonstrate how Donald Trump did not do anything gallant in reference to the release of the Epstein files?
Okay. It was still Donald Trump's Department of Justice that released anything to us.
Oh my God! Because they were forced to by Congress, and then even in what they released, they broke the law.
Hold on, you said they were a vote shy. I heard you. They were a vote shy, but it still boiled down to Donald Trump's Department of Justice that released anything. It took Biden 4 years, and we saw nothing.
If you hold a gun to my head and you say, Dean, donate $500 to this charity that in the past you have said you will never donate to, or I will kill you, and in turn I donate $500 to the charity, did I do something good?
No.
Right. Right, exactly. So when the Trump administration is like, stop talking about Epstein, it's an act of hostility to vote for their release in Congress. We're done talking about the files that are a Democratic hoax. And then the American people hold that metaphorical gun to their head by getting Congress to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And then they selectively release some of the files, not all. Did the DOJ do something good?
The Department of Justice under Donald Trump is the only Department of Justice to release anything.
You can't respond, can you?
No.
You can't respond, can you? You're cooked. You're cooked. Crash out.
I'm
buddy.
not cooked.
Then how about you respond to the question that I asked you? Yeah, this is like you saying that I'm doing something good by donating $500 to the charity that I said I'd never donate to after you put a gun to my head. No, I was forced to. All right,
Okay,
you can attribute any level of galliance to me.
Hold on.
No, don't pivot. You don't pivot here because I want you to respond.
It's the same
reason
thing.
why
I'm
we
on
can't
the
look at
topic.
Trump's DOJ and say, "Oh, you guys are great," is because they were literally forced to do something that they explicitly said they didn't want to do.
Epstein? Who's DOJ investigated
I'll have a
Epstein? Who was
conversation
it?
with you about Trump's DOJ V1 after you could respond to the last thing I said. You are being
was
a little
V1?
fucking weasel and you are ignoring what I'm saying. Stop ignoring it and respond, you weasel.
It was
Respond.
Donald Trump's Department of Justice that investigated him and
stop
released
pivoting.
it.
Oh, I'll happily talk to you about the investigation of Jeffrey
What do you
Epstein
mean?
under the DOJ in his first term. Once you could acknowledge the last point that I made, you weasel. You are clearly pivoting away from the point that we cannot applaud Trump's DOJ for releasing some of the Epstein files because they were forced to by the American people in the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But even in being forced to by this bill release the files, they still illegally redacted plenty of the contents, illegally redacted Trump's own name, illegally redacted the identities of co-conspirators, and illegally did not release all of the files. I want you to respond to the analogy that I made about if I explicitly vowed to never donate to this charity in my lifetime. Okay.
Lord.
And then you said you have to donate $500 to be a good person. And I say, I refuse to be a good person. Then you put a gun to my head and you say, you fucking donate $500 or I'm pulling the trigger. And then I donate $200. Okay. This isn't something gallant that I did. Okay. I was coerced into doing something that you would deem as good, but I still then didn't do it in its entirety because I only donated $200, not $500. That's what the DOJ did. I've re-explained this 500 times now. Respond to the substance. You fucking weasel. You are so scared of me. Cope laugh all you want. That won't change the fact that you still haven't responded to the
Never been
argument.
called a weasel before. That's a first, for starters. You're calling me a weasel. I don't know why you're calling me out of my name because we have a variance.
Because
of
you
opinion.
won't respond to the argument that I'm giving you. That's why I'm calling you a weasel.
Listen, you said a lot of things there, but the reality is what it boils down to is one Department of Justice investigated it and one Department of Justice released it.
Okay.
And that fell under...
I understand that this is something that you saw on Facebook. Like, legitimately, this guy follows some MAGA page on Facebook. The MAGA page says, Trump's DOJ investigated, Trump's DOJ released. Okay, and you're just repeating that talking point. I'm debunking that talking point by demonstrating how the Trump administration vowed to not release the Epstein files, told people to stop talking about them, called them a Democratic hoax, called it an act of hostility against their admin to vote for the release. Then Congress forced them to release the files, and they only released some. Okay, and then about the investigation under the first term, that is a function of the DOJ. When they have evidence of a crime, they have to investigate it. They just have to. Okay? Yeah, I'm not going to applaud Trump's DOJ in his first term for investigating Epstein the same way I'm not going to applaud Biden's DOJ for like investigating sex trafficking. When you're given evidence of sex trafficking, you got to investigate it. That's the function of the DOJ. When you're given evidence that Epstein is a pedophile, you got to investigate it. That's the function of the DOJ. But at this point in time, respond to the points that I made about how his DOJ under a second term, okay, refused to release the Epstein files. Admin called it an act of hostility to vote for the release. Donald Trump told his supporters to stop talking about them. If you're still thinking about them, then you're stupid, not really MAGA. And then they were forced by Congress to release some of them due to the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they still broke. With like millions accounts of various crimes by refusing to release 2 million files, illegally redacting Trump's names 1 million times, the names of other co-conspirators too. Respond to the point, stop running away. Don't just say, well, Dean, regardless of what you say, the fact of the matter is, okay, his DOJ released it. Because that's what I'm debunking. I'm acknowledging that his DOJ released it, but I'm also acknowledging that they were forced to by the American people. And before they were forced to by the American people, they explicitly said it would never happen.
Okay. Holy shit. All right. The redactions are because of control and ownership over the individuals as opposed to hiding their nefarious ways. It was a honeypot from inception. Okay?
You can't respond. I broke you.
I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say. You said a lot there, but it's reality. It's what it is.
I want you to either concede that we should not applaud the Trump DOJ for releasing some of the files, okay, or give a counter argument against the analogy that I made to demonstrate how they were forced to.
The argument is that it's an active honeypot investigation where we control them.
He can't do it. The Epstein Files Transparency Act legally obligated the DOJ to release all contents of the files outside of the identities of victims and minors.
Yeah, well, obviously, victims and minors aren't going to be released, but individuals have perpetuated the acts for the sole purpose of control and ownership moving forward. That is the design of the honeypot.
I don't even know what the
Period.
fuck you're saying. Like, how does this acknowledge that his DOJ was forced to release the files they did? How does this acknowledge that they illegally redacted the names of co-conspirators? How does this respond to a single thing I've said?
Because they're still maintaining oversight over these individuals to do their bidding.
Wait, the Trump administration?
Yes.
So you think that the Trump administration, okay, is like currently protecting the identities of pedophiles to coerce them
No,
into
not
doing things
protecting.
for them?
Squeezing. There's a difference.
Wait, what word did you use?
Squeezing.
Pleasing?
Squeezing.
What?
Squeezing. So when you have a honeypot, you set it up in the purpose of getting all
Wait.
of the...
Wait. So the Trump administration is on board with allowing pedophiles to rape children so then they could take
No,
advantage of the
This
pedophiles?
was something that has been going... Epstein Island was in effect for a long time, and there's other islands as well besides Epstein. Agree or
This guy's
disagree?
just nuts.
No, I'm not nuts. It's reality. They utilize it to
Why would
gain
you ever
leverage
support a
over
president?
leaders.
Why would you ever
They
support
utilize it to gain leverage over leaders and corporate owners, and that's what they do to do their bidding moving forward. That is how
Wait,
the world
oh my
works.
God, this is the defense. Wait, so your defense for
Not a
Donald Trump
defense.
illegally redacting the names of pedophiles is that he's actually just secretly squeezing those pedophiles to get them to do what he wants?
Okay. You can view it as that, but when it's an ongoing active investigation that spans 20 plus years, there's a difference.
Wait, I thought
there.
you said that the investigation started under Trump. Because if it was spanning 20 plus years, then it happened under Biden and Obama.
When I say investigation,
Crazy.
when I say investigation, it's in reference to the honeypot that was established to lure people in to own them. There's a difference.
This guy's nuts. Would you still support Trump as president if you knew for certainty that he had engaged in sexual violence?
No, of course not. The hell?
Okay. Here's Donald Trump admitting to
I have a
sexual
daughter,
violence by
man. I
admitting
have
to
a daughter,
barging.
man. Come on.
Here's him admitting to barging into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants.
The owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
For everybody watching, expect this guy to try his best to weasel out of an acknowledgement that this is Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence. He's been trying to weasel his way out of everything that we've went over so far today on the live. Now, here's what I'll say before I pass you that mic. First and foremost, what did we hear Trump admit to? We heard him admit to barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants because he said that they have no clothes on to then look at their naked bodies. We also heard him say that the only reason why he was able to do this is because he was the owner and he could enter in under the guise of doing a fake inspection of the dressing rooms. This does amount to sexual violence because the definition of sexual violence is any sexual act that is unconsensual. We know that there's a sexual act occurring. He's seeking out the naked bodies of women to look at, to oogle, to then tell Howard Stern how great they looked. And we know it was unconsensual because there's a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men in private women's only spaces. All right. What does this mean for you? Idealistically, this should be a red line. You should revoke your support from Trump. Now, I am going to go ahead and give you a moment to think about it while I thank a couple donors to sit and stew and think about what you want your response to be. First and foremost, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Super Chat. I want to see 1,000 Elizabeth W's down below. Elizabeth, that is so fucking kind of you. Elizabeth with $100 says, yeah, this caller is dishonest. Fuck this guy. The FBI investigated because Florida and NY investigators yielded incriminating evidence because survivors demanded justice. Why hasn't anybody been arrested? Trump signed a piece of paper that doesn't make him a hero of the survivors. On God, Elizabeth fucking Cook. Same thing to you, disgusted veteran. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to disgusted veteran down below for the $100. Thank you so very much for the love and support. A huge shout out to veteran and Elizabeth. Seriously, you two, that it is such an incredibly kind donation from the two of you guys. Thank you so very much. Who says, this boomer cannot be more proud of the way you try so very hard to educate those that literally challenge your very reality. Stay strong, Dean Withers. You matter so much. Veteran, bro, I'm so very grateful for you. I always have been and I always will be. Thank you once again for an insane $100 donation. Huge shout out to you. Thank you, you two, so very much. On Venmo, Kyle, thank you for the $10. who says, love you, Dean. He's claiming that the island was a honeypot. That would mean that they would be tempting people to what they want. So he's claiming that Trump wanted that, just saying. Right? Same thing to you, Megan. Thank you for the $30 dono on Venmo. Let's get through into Megan W's. Thank you, Megan. Megan with a 30 says, much love and appreciation from a blue dot in a very red state. I enjoy listening almost daily. Happy 400th episode. Thank you, Megan. Joseph, thank you for the $25, quote unquote, for your tireless work defending logic and exposing idiots for whom they are. Listen, I feel like I am working pretty hard to defend logic against this nut job, but I appreciate you for the $25, Joseph. Same thing to you, Angel. I appreciate you for the 2. Nikki, I appreciate you for the 5. And Lori, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you so much for that love. Who says, Dean, didn't you know if you stare at a Black Lives Matter flag for too long, you'll become black? The funniest thing is that's actually a really good analogy to this guy's earlier argument, who's claiming that when we put pride flags in schools, then kids become gay. Unironically, fire analogy, Lori. Like, fire analogy. Same thing to Kimberly. Thank you so much for the $25. Who says, I went to a Catholic school for 7 years and even shook the Pope's hand in 2nd grade. And yet I married a woman. It's not a choice. Thank you for trying to educate those who just don't get it. This guy certainly doesn't get it. I appreciate you for the kind words and the $25 donation. And shout out to you and your wife, Kimberly. Same thing to you, Jake. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you, Jake. Let's get to it, Jake W's. Thank you so much. And Grace, thank you so much for the $10. And Zach, thank you so much for the $66 donation. Oh my God, Zach. Thank you so very much for the love. Let's get 600 Zach W's in that chat. That is Z-A-K. Zach with his $66, who says, ask for one specific example of a child getting any surgery ever without their parent knowing. Yeah, that was relevant earlier in the conversation when this guy was claiming that kids were just undergoing sex reassignment surgery because Biden wanted everybody to be trans. What a nut job. But that's a good question, Zach. Thank you for the $66. Same thing to Sabrina. Thank you for the $30. Who says, you, Parker, and Santana are literally my podcast every day. Well, thank you for doing what you do. Thank you, Sabrina, for the love and support. And then Tom, thank you for the $15. And Ken, thank you so much for the $40 donation, saying happy 400th. Thank you, Ken. You guys have been so kind today. Genuinely, like, I don't even know what to say. So fucking kind. I appreciate you so much, man. Show some love to Ken down below in that comment section. I appreciate the hell out of you. Same thing to Keith and Angel. I appreciate you guys for the $2. Thank you guys so much for that love and support. I think that we're caught up over on Venmo. We're caught up on Super Chat. We have a couple people to quickly thank on PayPal. Lucilia, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, hey, Dean, just letting you know I love your streams and I appreciate you bringing these MAGA chuds to the ground. I try my best. Thank you for the $15. Same thing to you, Monavon. Thank you for the $40 donation on PayPal. That is M-A-N-I-V-A-N. Thank you, Monavon, who says, don't give up on what you're doing. I never will, man. I love it way too much. I appreciate you for the $40, and it's good to see you today. Same thing to you, Mariah. Thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal, and great message, by the way. I appreciate you for the $20. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $50 dono, who says, happy 400th. Been watching for over a year now, and I've been taking away something new nearly every stream. Thank you for everything that you do. Well, thank you, Hannah, for the incredibly kind for it. $50 donation. I try to, make sure that there's a new takeaway every stream. We're not just going over the same thing every day. Clearly, there's a lot of topics that we do touch on every day, but I just try to add something new. You know what I mean? But thank you for the $50, Hannah. And thank you so much as well, Haley, for the $20. I already thanked you earlier, but I guess I'll thank you again. Thank you, Haley. And then Paris. This is the last one for now. Thank you for the $20 donation, who says, hey, you should watch the video of BTS speaking at the White House a few years ago if you haven't. It's kind of off topic, but I love them and they have a good message. I'll check that out. Thank you, Paris, for the $20. And thank you, everybody. Please show some love to all the donors down below. Holy cow. Thank you, guys. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YT, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. But we are all caught up. So what's your response to that clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence there, Mr.
Well, quickly,
Eagle?
I just want to say I understand why you've kept me on so long, because your donations have gone through the roof and motivated your base. But I will move forward with that, and I'm happy for you. But there is a stark difference between...
I haven't kept you on for any donations. I've kept you on because you're...
No, I know, but I'm just saying that with me being on there with my perspective has really, engaged your base. But I will say this. There is a difference between going backstage and going into the dressing room. He also made no mention of seeing them fully nude. He called them beautiful, beautiful women. I mean, there's a difference there. You want to play a clip to me. What did he say that he saw him nude or naked? At any point in time during that clip, he played. And then he went backstage. He didn't say he went into the dressing room, Dean.
Yeah, he did.
No, he went backstage. But he never said that he saw him naked or nude either. So that's just in regards to that clip there.
Yeah, I'll respond to these 2 points. That's pretty easy to debunk.
And listen, I appreciate you giving me as much time as I have, and I appreciate that. I want to just apologize because I've been drinking, so I haven't been to myself. So I'm a little slurred. I got a lot going on over here. I got a lot going on over here.
So
But I want
to respond to your first point, you said that. Well, he said backstage. Yeah, he said that he'd go backstage to get to the dressing rooms. How do we know? Because he said that he'd go backstage to get to a place that men weren't allowed. He'd be breaking rules by entering. He had a lie to go in and abuse the fact that he was the owner. And inside of that space, there were a bunch of women who had no clothes on that were getting dressed. Yeah, that is describing a dressing room, undeniably so. By the way, every woman who recalls this happening to them, even the women that would defend Trump, saying that he gave them a heads up first, said it happened in the dressing room. So we know it happened in the dressing rooms. To the second point, saying that at one point of that conversation, did he ever say they were naked? Yeah, he did. He said they had no clothes on. When you have no clothes on in a dressing room, what are you? You're naked.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to hold up any more callers. I just want to say I appreciate you giving me the time to hear my perspective.
Oh, trust me, you're not holding anybody up. Before you leave, I'd love for you to respond to those 2 points.
Okay. Again, what I said, he went backstage, not into the dressing room. I did not hear him say that he saw anybody nude or naked.
Well, I just responded to those 2 points. He said he went backstage into a place backstage that men weren't allowed. He was breaking a rule by entering. He had abused the fact that he was the owner, do a lie to get in. And inside of that space, women were naked and changing. And every single woman that remembers this happening to them said it happened in the dressing rooms. Even people like Virginia Hughes, who spoke out and said Trump did nothing wrong. Sure, he went into our dressing rooms, but he gave us a head up first so we could get clothes on. Every single woman said it happened in the dressing room. He described a dressing room. What does that make it? A dressing room. First point debunked. Second point about being nude. He said they have no clothes on. When you have no clothes on in a dressing room, you're naked.
Okay. All right. When you're an owner of a company, it's not some random person going in there. I'm sure he announced himself before he went in. He didn't barge in there. I didn't hear that as well. It's not like he just ran through the door and said, hey. Like, let's be real here, man.
Well, I mean, when did he say that he announced himself beforehand? And I think that we have reason to believe that he didn't, considering the fact that when he went in there, they'd have no clothes on.
So they're just standing there completely in the nude the entire time?
That seems to be a pretty typical occurrence. That
how long does it take? How long does it take to put on a different wardrobe? I mean, are they standing there completely nude the entire time? I mean, he went backstage.
They're in the process of getting dressed. But in the process of getting dressed, at points you'll be naked. And it seems like when you have a large group of women that are in the process of getting dressed, if you just randomly barge in there, at least a handful of them will be at the point in the process where they're naked. That's I mean, have you ever been in a locker room at a gym before? I have. Okay, I've been in a locker room at a gym before. Yeah. I've seen a lot of naked dudes in those locker rooms. You know, they're not just standing there staring off into the oblivion. They're just at that part in the process of, you know, getting dressed where they're naked.
Right. And so again, did we hear at any point in time that he just barged in without announcing himself? Is there any clarity on that?
Yeah, he said he was able to go in because he's the owner, and he would go in under the guise of doing a fake inspection. Just walk in.
Nobody else would go in. You think he didn't announce himself before going in there, Dean?
Well, if he announced himself and waited for them to get decent, then they wouldn't have no clothes on, as he described them to be.
I'm sure he didn't just walk on in there.
Then why do they have no clothes on, sir?
Well, that would be their choice. Hey, Donald Trump's coming through. Knock, knock, knock. Okay, Donald Trump's coming. If they decide
you seem to be adding on a lot of extra justification here that they were only women, no girls,
on as well. You're
and that they choose to stay in the nude after he announced himself and gave them a good time to get dressed. Prove it.
For all intents and purposes,
Can you prove it, sir? Can you prove that claim?
Can you prove that he didn't announce himself?
Sure, yeah. The fact in the clip he said they had no clothes on, we'd expect him to have no clothes on if he didn't announce himself. The fact that he never said he announced himself, and the fact that every single woman who remembers this happening to them either said that he didn't announce himself, okay, and just barged in, like Tasha Dixon, Mariah Bilato, or the one woman that said he did announce himself said that after he announced himself, everybody got dressed, which was clearly referring to a different scenario than the one described by Tasha Dixon, Mariah, by Mariah, what the fuck is her last name? I just said it. I'll just call her Mariah. By Mariah and Trump, because they all agreed that they were naked.
The clip you played me made no mention of anybody being in the nude whatsoever.
Yeah, it did. They say they had no clothes on. Just being naked.
Donald Trump, the clip you just played me, made no mention of anybody being in the nude.
I'll show
He
you.
referred to
Yes,
the-
they did. I'll show you where he says they have no clothes on. It's right here, buddy. Take a listen.
The clip you just
Make sure
played
they're
me.
like everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is every
No clothes.
That's a different clip, is it not, Dean?
No, it's not.
Dude.
I'll play you the
played
full
me
thing.
a totally different clip.
No, I
That
didn't.
was a different clip.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
I've done that. Now, tell
well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed.
Is this the right clip? The same clip I played you before?
Go on, continue. Let me
and
hear it.
Is it?
And everything else. And
Is it the same clip?
If I can hear it, I'll let you
no men
know.
are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want.
Is it the same clip?
It sounds about to be the same. Go ahead, continue.
He's going to say that they don't have clothes on in approximately 2 seconds.
to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody?
There you go.
Okay. It sounds like he's announcing himself as he walks in. Does that not sound like somebody
Oh,
else?
announcing himself by asking them as they're doing as he walks in. Sexual
Hold on.
exploitation.
He's announcing he's about to enter. Right there.
But note at this point, he's
Is
already inside
everybody
because he can see
okay?
them.
What does that mean? Is everybody okay in Trump terminology? Does that mean
in that
you
clip,
think that's what he said? Hey, Donald Trump's about to enter. Is everybody fully clothed? That is more of the verbiage that was utilized, as opposed to being on a Howard Stern interview when he's just being Donald Trump. Hey, is everybody okay? You think that's the words he used? You think he goes into the dressing room or the backstage? Hey, is everybody okay? No, he goes in. Hey, it's Donald Trump. I'm going to enter. Is everybody fully clothed and in proper attire before I come in? That's more reasonable, Dean.
So he said that after he was already inside of the dressing room. We know that because of what he just said. He said he'd say, "Is everybody okay?" and you'd see these naked women. Okay. If
Why would he
during
say?
the,
Why would he even say that?
No. If during the time he could see the naked women, he was asking if everybody was okay. Then during the time he was asking if everybody's okay, he was in the dressing room. Because of course you would need to be in the dressing room in order to see the naked women, right?
The mere fact that he would even initiate a question such as, is everybody fully clothed or whatever.
That wasn't the question. It wasn't, is everybody fully clothed? The question was, is everybody okay?
He's on a Howard Stern interview, Dean.
Yeah, and what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
That's not the words that he would use. Could you picture him going backstage?
That is the words he used. That's the words, like, literally, he used.
Hey, is everybody okay? No, he's going to go in there and say, hey,
Bro.
Donald Trump, I'm about to come in. Is
Bro.
everybody fully clothed?
Bro.
Everybody appropriate?
Bro, those are the words he would use. Is everybody okay? Because they are the words he used. It's him speaking in this clip. You're coping. You're fucking coping. You idiots.
I'm not coping.
Also,
I'm not
can you
coping.
agree? Can you agree that he would ask this question after he was already inside of the dressing room?
How do we know that he's asking it while he's already inside of a dressing room or backstage? What is the difference?
Sure. Listen. Because inside of this clip, when he'd say, "Is everybody okay?" he then followed it up by saying, "When I'd say everybody's okay, you'd see naked women." If he was saying, "Is everybody okay?" at the same time he'd see naked women, then he was already in the dressing room.
Play the clip.
Okay, yeah. Listen, we'll just play back the last 5 seconds. This one is easy peasy.
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
"Quote unquote, is everybody okay?" You know they're standing there with no clothes.
Okay.
Listen to the next sentence too.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. If this was an announcement that he made prior to entering inside of the dressing room, then why could he see them?
Is there something wrong with saying you see these incredible looking women? Did he say he sees them naked or in the nude? Did he say that there?
We just listened to him say that they had no clothes on. Yes, we did.
It sounded like he was cut off there, but yeah, I mean, it's Donald Trump.
This idiot, bro. This guy's a fucking moron.
I don't see Donald Trump.
What
as
a
the
moron!
fucking owner
What,
of a
like,
pageant.
come on, like, what? Where did we go wrong? Like, brother,
Are you serious?
Come on, you're better than this.
Listen, he's
You're
the
like,
owner of
you're
a
legit
pageant.
better than this. Like,
He's the
you
owner
have
of
a
a
brain.
pageant.
How about you use it for the first time in your life? You absolute moron. It's just like this is an open book test. This is
this out.
so
Hey, Dean,
easy. Like
this out.
I feel like I'm back in fucking second grade trying to like explain to my classmate how to add 2 + 2. take the 2 fingers in the left hand, you take the 2 fingers in the right hand, and then you put them next to each other, then you add them all up. But what if I don't have 2 fingers on this hand? What if I have 3 on this hand and 1 on this hand, and it's not my pointer finger, it's my pinky finger, so I can't get them next to each other? Well, you can still add them. Just look at the fingers that are sticking up straight. Well, my thumb's sticking up straight. Do I count my thumb? No, you don't fucking count. Listen, my point is that this is so easy. Donald Trump said he went into a space that men weren't allowed because no men were anywhere. He broke a rule by entering. That's why he quote-unquote got away with it. And inside of the space, in order to get in, he'd abuse the fact that he's the owner of the pageant. He'd lie about doing a fake inspection, and that he'd see the quote-unquote incredible looking bodies of women with no clothes on. Was it a general backstage area? When he said that he asked them if everybody's okay while he saw them naked, I mean, let's think about it. This really could have been him telling everybody to get clothes on before he went into the dressing room. And when you ask me why he saw them naked, I'm not going to answer that question because clearly he wouldn't if he was outside of the space. He never said that they were naked. He just said that they had no clothes on in a dressing room for a swimsuit modeling competition. Oh, and all the women and girls that came out and said that, yeah, they were naked and he barged in. Oh, they're just crazy. You know, I don't even know where they'd get that one from. They're clearly attacking him because he's the president. They're clearly going after him because of his money. It's definitely not because it actually happened. And we don't just have their word to prove it. We also have his. Like, come on.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Yo, that was really funny. I'll give you that. That was hilarious. I hope you save that because that is freaking iconic. But listen, just picture this, Dean. You're the owner of a pageant, right? And you want to go in there and you give them a pep talk before they go out on stage. You announce yourself, right? Let me finish. Hey, I'm coming in. I want to talk to you guys. Make sure everybody's okay, right? You go in, you do your thing. And then a year or 6 months down the road, Howard Stern gives you a call. Hey, Trump, you want to come on the air? Let's talk. You get in there. You know how Howard Stern is. He's not going verbatim. Yeah, I knock on the door. I say, hey, is everybody fully clothed and in good standing?
You're making shit up.
Give me a break. It's Howard Stern, man. It's entertainment. Come on, Dean.
Well, this wasn't Howard Stern. Here's Tasha Dixon, Miss Arizona of 2001.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the,
What's your response?
Is there other women that corroborated that statement?
Yes, Mariah Bilato. What's your response?
He didn't announce himself and he just waltzed through there. There's not much of a response for that. I mean, if it's corroborated and it's ascertained, then he walked on in there. I don't know. That's what I could say. He shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have.
Remember 30 minutes ago when you said that if he did do this, you'd stop supporting him?
Played a different clip.
What?
You played a different clip to me initially, so now you're playing this, so that's a different one. So that's been substantiated, corroborated.
Wait, I'm just confused. Do you or do you not remember 30 minutes ago when you told me that
he essayed somebody? Yeah.
If he engaged in sexual violence, not essay, just sexual violence as an umbrella category, that you'd stop supporting him? Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course. 100%.
Okay, so you just conceded that he did engage in sexual violence by walking into their dressing rooms and looking at them while they're naked. That's an unconsensual sexual act.
That person that said that, they're substantiated, corroborated by numerous individuals that said he didn't announce himself when he walked through and he was intentionally trying to catch them in the nude.
Including Trump, that corroborated him.
Okay. How did I get stuck on these subjects with you, Dan? I don't understand.
So do you agree that this would amount to sexual violence?
I would agree that it would amount to inappropriate actions, walking in through an establishment.
But would it be sexual violence?
I mean, here's the thing. If you walk in and you don't announce yourself into the dressing room, that's one thing. But if you're going backstage and you announce yourself.
Would it announce to sexual violence?
If he were to have intentionally gone into the dressing room.
Like he said, like she said, okay. And that's what I proved happened. So you no longer support him as president, right?
Is her statement substantiated and corroborated by numerous other individuals that stated he did not announce himself when going into the dressing room?
Yeah.
For the sole purposes of catching them in the nude?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
8 or 9.
Even
so there's 7
like,
or 8 other people you can play clips of right now.
Yeah. You want to look at the others?
No, you can play 7 or 8 other individuals that can corroborate.
Yeah, I'd either play you a clip of them saying it, or it's like they're recorded like testimony and interviews.
If they corroborate her statement, you said there's 7 or 8. There's 8 or 9, so that means there's 7 or 8 additional individuals that can corroborate what she had to say.
There's a shit ton, yeah.
That corroborate her.
Yeah, that corroborate that story of that happening to them. Yes.
That he walked into the dressing room unannounced.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you play any of them?
Yeah, I'll show you one right here. This was an interview conducted with Mariah Bilato and 3 others. We'll go ahead and take a look at it together. 4 women who competed in 1997 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant said Donald Trump walked into their dressing rooms while contestants, some as young as 15, were changing. Keep in mind that this is completely unrelated to Tasha Dixon because she was a woman that competed in another pageant 4 years later. Quote unquote, I remember putting my dress on really quickly because I was like, oh my god, there's a man in here, said Mariah Bilato, the former Miss Vermont Teen USA. Trump, she recalled, said something like, don't worry ladies, I've seen it all before. 3 other women who asked to remain anonymous for fear of getting engulfed in a media firestorm also remember Trump entering the dressing room while girls were changing. 2 of them said the girls rushed to cover their bodies, with one calling it shocking and creepy. The 3rd said that she was clothed and introduced her to Trump.
Okay. So then, does this article anywhere state that he walked in unannounced?
So these were minors.
Correct.
It doesn't matter if he announces himself or not. If they're naked, like they can't consent to that.
Okay. Well, I mean, if he announces himself before entering into an establishment that he owns, that doesn't substantiate anything. So if he announces himself beforehand.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you announce an act of sexual violence before you commit it. It's still sexual violence.
Okay.
Like they're minors. Like they can't consent to be viewed naked by an adult.
Okay. Again, this goes back to the initial what I had to say is if he announced himself prior to entering, that doesn't make mention of that whatsoever. It says the girls were rushing to put their garments on because
we could assume that he did announce himself. It's still sexual violence because he looked at.
I don't see him intentionally going into a dressing room to try to be a perv. I don't see that.
You understand that when Donald Trump gave the story he did to Howard Stern, it was in response for Howard Stern asking him about the sexual things that he had done to and with his beauty pageant contestants. So Donald Trump was saying that he would intentionally go in there to be a perv.
Was that in regards to Miss America?
That's in regards to all of his pageants. He never specified one.
Okay. I mean, dude, I don't see Donald Trump going into a Miss Teen Pageant USA
because you have your eyes closed. That's why you don't see us, because your eyes are closed.
Okay. Well, you know what my eyes aren't closed to? The previous predecessor.
Boom! Oh my god! Oh my god! How did I know? How did I fucking know? How did I fucking know? Oh my god! I am a prophet. I am a fucking prophet. I have a crystal ball. I have a crystal fucking ball sitting right in front of me that tells me the future. How did I call it? Oh my God. That was good. That was good. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. Because that was good. All that you said is, what I do know? Biden? Yeah, that's right. Called it. Fucking owned. Holy. He left. Oh my God. I don't think that men like that. Sorry, I do think, let me rephrase myself here. I do think that men like that should be on a list. That they should, we should just keep track of them. That's all. We should keep track of them. See what they do. Keep an eye on them. That's all. Because that's concerning. That's really concerning. Santana, welcome in. How we doing?
Hey, they're cooked when all they have to respond with is, what about Biden?
What about Biden?
They're cooked.
And then you call them out on the pivot before they do it. Welcome in, Senator Armstrong. Do you support Trump?
I'm more of a centralist. I agree with Trump on some things. Mostly I hate how he's like a perv and everything like that, Like the whole beauty pageant thing, not really liking that, no.
Age, please?
What? Oh, age? I'm 18. I know I sound really young for my age.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for if you would vote at all?
I'd probably not vote, shoot, that sounds bad. I'd probably vote for like a different one, not
Okay. Today we are just looking for people who do support Trump, but I appreciate you for coming up here.
Dean, this may be before your time, but you ever seen like Little Rascals when there was like all three of them were stacked up and they had the overcoat on and they were trying to look like an adult? That's how that guy just sound. Like he was trying to be an adult.
You could tell when like they're being really respectful that they're kid, because kids think that adults are respectful.
Yeah.
So when a kid pretends to be an adult, they'll be really respectful and mature and kind.
Absolutely.
But that's a false supposition. No. Adults in many circumstances are less respectful and less mature than literal children. Tapley, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, how you doing? We've met before. I don't. I actually just wanted to we met on Danielle's, if you recall, but I wanted to kind of just really attack something that the last guest just said. I have a real problem with this. What about Bidenism, right? Biden did absolutely nothing germane to the Epstein files. I mean, yes, the simple argument is to always say that his Department of Justice effectuated the conviction, right? And the due punishment of Ghislaine Maxwell, which was 20 years in a federal prison. Fine. But moving on from that, can we also remember that Democratic Senator Wyden, right, under Biden, used his Finance Committee chairmanship to open I think what is now a 4-year investigation into Epstein's money, which is arguably the most important part of this entire conspiracy's investigation. And Biden's administration gave Wyden's staff access to over 1,000 pages of Treasury documents. And in those documents, that's where we found the 4,700 wire transfers, at a single bank, and details that about different trafficked victims, girls, women, whatever. And evidence of the banks that looked the other way, That would be Biden's department, And then beyond that, yes, sorry, Dean.
I appreciate you for the information. You said beyond that, like there's one more thing that you wanted to add on. If you want to quickly add something else on, feel free, but we are just looking for Trump supporters to debate tonight, my friend. But
You got it, Dean.
Last thing to say.
One final thing, something that a lot of people don't understand. In Biden's final months in office, he took 2 people down, he took down the former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, who at the time people didn't understand was an Epstein case. He was appointed by Les Wexner. His name is Mike Jeffries. He was taken down with his husband and a male co-defendant. And trial, we're still waiting for it. And then also, if you paid attention to the final month of Biden's presidency, he arrested the Alexander brothers. Same Alexander brothers mentioned in the 2019 FBI document. That also was tied to an allegation, which I'm not even going to get into, about Trump and Clinton. Point is, those very brothers from that 2019 claim, they just went through trial and got convicted for human trafficking. So that's all I wanted to say, Dean. I appreciate you having me on.
Appreciate you for your insights, Tapley. You take care. Good information to have. That's why I didn't just kick them. Good information to have. Thanks, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president.
Galaxy.
Santana, you are rolling in here at the end of the live. We probably have one more debate or so left before we hop off. But let's try to make the best of it. We got that next guest, hopefully, right? David loading up into that box. By the way, I appreciate everyone so much again for joining the 400th episode of the Dean Withers Show. This is a monumental day. A monumental day.
Insane. 400 episodes is a lot.
Yeah, yeah. David, welcome in. Do you support Trump? David's not here. Chris is my wife. Are you MAGA?
I'm more center, but it's more so of a, like, I don't know where exactly I lean, and I do support parts, and I just wanted to be able to debate in order to see if I still would.
So if you had a vote tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
For Trump over Harris.
I'm reading your bio. You are a member of the LGBTQ plus community. You are gender fluid?
Yes.
Okay. That's a rarity to find a member of the LGBTQ plus community that supports Trump. Do you mind if I ask you what pronouns you would like me to address you with?
Any is fine.
Okay. All right. I guess that's what it means to be gender fluid. Sounds good. Sounds good. So, wow. Yeah, tell us why, if the election was held tomorrow, why would you vote for Trump?
Just because of I would vote for him over Kamala because of certain ways that she has spoken in the past and certain things. I personally have not seen anything that she has done that would be able to support anything that I believe. And whenever I first was looking into Trump, it was like, oh, well, the big beautiful bill, the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, the no tax on Social Security, those types of things, getting rid of things that we don't need. And I understand that people are losing their Medicare. Like, I haven't seen the entirety of that, but I do understand that it is for good.
Does that fall under the trans umbrella?
Technically, yes.
So you're telling me that you voted for a president who's actively taking your rights away because you'll get a little bit back on tax for tips till 2027?
Could you elaborate on how he's taking it away?
Yeah. If you wanted to join the military, you can't.
He's also advocated for restricting your Second Amendment right.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't want you to be able to own any gun ever. No military, no guns.
Also,
really? Where has he said this? It's not that I don't believe you.
He and his administration wanted to. They tried to actually figure out a way to sign an executive order to limit the Second Amendment right for transgender people, and the NRA had to come out and rail against it and tell them that that's not something that should be happening. So even the NRA stood against it, but it was a position that they took after there was a mass shooting, and instead of specifically looking at, universal gun laws, they wanted to only restrict transgender people.
I'm trying to find a clip of him saying this, so you won't just take Santana for his word.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember watching it in real time. It was during a press conference.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would personally look into it because, like you said, that's something that directly affects me and others.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, something else that you might want to take a look at, and this is kind of connecting the dots with their whole ideology, the fact that the Republican Party keeps pushing the idea that there's a mental issue with transgender people, which is not, but they keep trying to push that idea, and the fact that Donald Trump has signed an executive order to reopen insane asylums, they're greasing the skids. Just what I see.
Yeah, I mean, technically, if you do look at it,
it's not.
Gender dysphoria is technically labeled as a mental illness.
Right,
but I'm not agreeing with it. I'm not agreeing that it should be an insane asylum type of thing.
Right, but not
it
every
is under that umbrella.
But not every trans person has gender dysphoria, and not everyone with gender dysphoria is trans, so it's not analogous.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that like that is means to be put in an insane asylum at all, but it is like under the umbrella of a mental illness.
It's not. Did you hear the words that I just said?
I heard that you
So
said that
I
not
I
every
would like
trans
to
person.
I'd like to clarify here. So gender dysphoria is not the cause of being trans. It is a symptom of being trans. A symptom that I feel like any reasonable person could understand. You know, we kind of loosely define mental illness off of continued and persistent states of mental disillusionment or confliction of desires that cause stresses and harms, pain, so on and so forth. Yeah, I mean, if I had the gender identity of a woman and I was living in the body of a very muscular male with a penis, right? I would experience this persistent state of mental discomfort over the dysphoria I feel in my phenotypical sex characteristics. So, I mean, if that's what the DSM wants to consider to be a mental illness, I mean, okay. I understand why I would experience those things. Not all trans people experience those things because it's not a necessary synonym.
I'm sorry. I know I'm not very educated, but I don't mean to. Sorry. Can you repeat what you said? I was about to move on to a
Listen,
different
yeah,
topic.
I think my point is that seemingly you shouldn't support this administration because they don't have your best interests in mind. You exist as a member of a community that has been persistently targeted by this administration since before it started, with vapid campaign promises of, you know, criminalizing trans for everybody, taking away your right to join the military, taking away your right to travel safely because of your sex on your passport, taking away your right to, you know, possibly own a gun. That's been something they've been pushing for, and just generally demonizing the hell out of you to half of the country, the people you vote with. You are a devil, a mentally insane, crazy lunatic that provides nothing positive to this country. And you just merely exist almost as this objectified monolith that represents all of the negative outcomes of wokeness, right? And that's really dehumanizing and harmful, quite frankly. Now, even on top of that, I mean, you were going through the other reasons why you support Trump, like to do with his tax cuts. Well, according to the Center Budget and Policy Priorities, you know, the average American is hurt more than they're helped. I mean, Kamala Harris also ran on no tax on tips. Would have been better than Trump's because his expires next year. Plus, you ran on a bunch of other tax cuts for the working middle class. I mean, I think that you would have been better off with Harris as president. I mean, you would definitely just be able to live easier, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if my identity of me, of I, was talked about every day by the president and his cabinet and just demonized, I mean, holy cow, I wouldn't live easy, man.
I would just like to add on as well, like Kamala Harris was an avid supporter of the queer community, and the Republican Party, which Donald Trump is a part of, is doing things as extreme as advocating for the overturn of Obergefell, which, I mean, like they're going after multiple groups within the queer community. So it's just self-harm for supporting Trump and the Republican Party.
Yeah, I was not very educated on that specific of the topic, but my main reason, and I get it sounds like I just jumped the gun, but it was very family. How do I explain it? It was very like this is what my family supports, and so that's what I support. And I have just turned 19, and so it's been like that for a long time, and I'm just now like deviating and learning my own facts rather than just listening to what they're telling me. But my main reason for supporting was the border crisis and the immigration issues. And that is mainly what I wanted to talk about because I don't know any of the real facts. I just know what's been said to me.
Well, so I think the biggest fact that you can pull away is that, like, if you, the part that I really like to start at is, what do you know about Barack Obama and the border under his administration?
The main things that I know is that he did a lot of deportation, and that's all I've been told. It's that like as an argument to help, like, oh well, he was deporting, so why is it bad
absolutely.
now?
Absolutely. So Barack Obama was known as the deporter in chief, right? He actually had a negative immigration rate where he deported more people than came in. And would you say there was a border crisis that occurred under Biden?
Specifically, do you mean like the people that were coming in, correct?
Yeah. Do you think a bunch of people were flooding into the country under Biden?
I think that because that's what I was told. Yes.
Okay. Well, logically speaking, right? If you know that Barack Obama was the deporter in chief and he had a negative immigration rate, and you were told and you believe that there was a border crisis under Donald Trump, under Joe Biden, what happened between Barack Obama and Joe Biden that may have taken us from a negative immigration rate to a border crisis?
Could you say it again? I apologize.
Is there anything that happened in those 4 years between the end of the Obama administration and the start of the Biden administration where there was a negative deportation rate and there was a border crisis? What happened in between those two periods?
I'm not sure.
Donald Trump administration happened within those two periods. Donald Trump created a self-fulfilling prophecy where he told everyone he ran on a border crisis, even though Barack Obama had a negative deportation rate, and told everyone that the country was wide open and people could just come. And they said there were caravans. And then when our country started to destabilize other countries from the global south, and they actually needed somewhere to go. Well, Donald Trump had been screaming at the top of his lungs that the country was wide open, and so people started to come to our country. Donald Trump created a self-fulfilling border crisis, but yet he hasn't passed any type of legislation to actually address the border. The only thing that he's done is weaponize ICE for his own private, slave patrol, while at the same time spending a bunch of tax money and actively harming Americans, like literally killing Americans in the streets. So his actual border policy or deportation is null and void.
Well, I guess I never thought of that because I didn't know that there was a negative deportation with Obama. I'm thank you for telling me that, because that does put in perspective about like how would there be a border crisis, because he technically fixed it.
Yeah, that's why they call him deporter in chief. I disagree with the overall amount of deportations, but Obama was very strict as far as how he targeted expedited removal and the entire process, and he wasn't shooting people in the face. So there's that.
Yeah, I do disagree with the way that the deportations are happening currently, but I do agree with the fact that like just because you came here from a bad situation doesn't mean that coming here illegally is correct.
Nobody argues that undocumented entry into America is a good thing. We're just arguing that now that they're here, the best thing we could do is offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, because it is the only path forward that doesn't hurt the country, doesn't hurt you, doesn't hurt me, and doesn't hurt them, okay? Mass deportation hurts the country, hurts you, hurts me, hurts them. Mass amnesty helps them, helps you, helps me, helps the country, all right? Like, clearly, right, this is the best way forward. And I feel like so many people are caught up because they principally believe that, well, when somebody commits a crime, they need to be punished. But now you're taking that to the extent of saying that even when our government is, to some extent, culpable for the reason why they committed that crime, i.e. leaving the legal means of entry into this country, very neglected, very slow, very costly, causing undocumented entry, that we then need to destroy the country to punish them for their crime. Federal misdemeanor. And usually that principle is held quite hypocritically, because you don't hold that same energy towards Trump and his 34 felonies, towards Trump and his rape case, towards Trump and the court case that concluded he lied about the valuations of his properties to a bank in New York, towards Trump and the other civil court case that concluded he defrauded his own university. So point number one, it's hypocritical. And point number two, it's just not the right way forward. I'm not willing to just throw our economy out the window and trash real median wages and fuck on taxes and destroy GDP growth because of a federal misdemeanor. I'm not willing to like uproot and destroy families and deport moms and dads illegally to be tortured in another country over a misdemeanor. And I think that there's a better path forward.
And I do agree that with that. I agree that every single one of them should get a trial with a jury of peers because that is the right.
It's such a low level crime that they don't even get a trial with a jury. They just have a judge say, "Hey, listen, here's what's gonna happen." It's just such like a low level crime. They don't even get a trial with a jury. The same way when you get a parking ticket, you don't really get a trial with a jury.
Speaking of tickets and fine, it's actually a $250 fine, which if you set off fireworks within a city limit across the nation, the average fine for that is about $1,100. So you could be fined more for shooting fireworks in the city than coming into the country illegally.
It's only a fine. I apologize for not coming in here with real facts, with only coming in here with what I've been told, but I was told it was a felony.
If you're removed one time after doing it and they actually catch you again, then it's a felony the second time, but the first infraction is a misdemeanor. And not only that, they can claim asylum. You have 365 days after entering the country to claim asylum.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. I would just say this, like, while I understand your desire to ensure that, like, our country doesn't have a bunch of people here that shouldn't be here, the thing that I would kind of really lock in and focus on as far as being a part of a marginalized community is that Donald Trump, the Republican Party, they actually don't want you here. Like, the queer community as a whole, they're actively harming the queer community. And so while there may be some other things that you stand for, if the party that you vote for doesn't respect your human rights, then what does any of the other rights outside of your human rights matter? I mean, your right to earn a fair wage, what does it matter when they don't want you in the country or they don't want you to be yourself? I think that's the point that you're missing. So, I mean, I hear you on the other basis, but without engaging in the human aspect of it, I think the entire point is kind of moot.
Yeah, I agree. And I do want to say, like, before I was listening to the debate before with the last guy, and I do wholeheartedly agree that Trump is a terrible person. Terrible, like, that was proved to me. And it was more so not supporting Trump, it was supporting the things that he was doing, but not like now the things that y'all have explained to me, I there's no way I can get behind that. But what is, I get that there's a point to voting. Everybody needs to vote because every vote counts. But what is, like, what's next? Like, the next election, what am I supposed to look for?
Well, I don't know what Dean would say, but I would say the first thing that you should do is educate yourself, right? Not really understanding what's happening is something that people take advantage of. Again, another not so fun fact, the Trump administration spent $215 million on misinformation and disinformation on trans people while running for office. And so since people weren't properly educating themselves, they believed the lies. They believed all of the misinformation and disinformation. So you have to actually equip yourself with education. You have to understand what's happening. You have to get involved. You have to understand the candidates. You need to be prepared, look at legislation, and then you have to understand what's currently happening. If you listen to the Republican Party, then this is the quote-unquote golden age. But if you take a look at CPI is up, interest rates is up, inflation is up, gas prices are up, the quality of life is down overall. So, I mean, you have to take a look and sift through all the things that aren't true, and then, get active. And I never tell people to just quote unquote vote for Democrats, but I will say that if you stand for anything as far as like a better life, a better country, more opportunities, the Democratic Party isn't perfect, but they're the party that's doing it at the highest level between the two. So that's my opinion.
And what would, be the best places to look? Because I like all I've ever watched is like, again, because before I was an adult, it was only, oh, you can only watch the Daily Wire, you can only watch like that kind of stuff. And so I've only ever watched the Daily Wire, and I stopped watching Fox News a long time ago, and things like that.
I'm gonna give you some advice that I got like right when I started to actually really get into debating and all this other stuff. Stop watching it. Stop watching anything. Just read all of your news. Like, yes, there are still more leniencies when you actually read it, but at least you don't have to deal with the additional opinions that come from people actually telling you things. So if you go to unbiased sources, ground news, Politico, Al Jazeera, BBC, things like that. But then also like Congress.gov, go look at legislation directly, pull up the bills, look at the votes, like go directly to those things instead of relying on people to tell you what they think. Like go think for yourself. Critical thinking is at an all-time low within our country, and we have to make that something that's really cool. So you got to start consuming the information for yourself and then coming up with your own opinions based off of the information, not based off of what people are telling you.
Yeah, I understand that completely. I get it. It's been hard because of the whole like restriction, the not allowed, so it's hard to get away from that. But like I have been reading a little bit, but it, you know, again, it's like Tucker Carlson blog and all of those types of things.
Yeah. Listen, I appreciate you for coming up here. I hope that, you know, we're able to help out. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You take care. My TikTok studio is completely glitching out. Okay, there it goes. All right, folks.
Studio's been trash lately.
Yeah, it's always been trash. It's really just dilapidated and slow, honestly. They need to make it less bulky. Chloe, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, I'm a trans girl living in America, and I have no clue how this guest doesn't want to how this guest is living all right, because the government is literally trying to erase us, right? Thank you for the $10, Chloe. Nicole, thank you so much for the $22 donation, who says, these men are a walking contradiction in claiming to value women while dismissing our autonomy, safety, and lived experiences. They will constantly move the goalpost for predators like Trump. Happy 400. Love from a fellow GJ Blue Dot. Thank you, Nicole. There's not too many Blue Dots in Grand Junction, so it's good to know that there's some others out there. And I appreciate you for your kind words. And yeah, that last male guest, he was scary as shit, dude. Emily, I appreciate you for the $15. She says his policy regarding transgender service members caused veteran homeless following unexpected discharge from the VA subcontractor. No, I mean, I personally heard stories that are right in line with that testimony. Emily, thank you for the 15. And Holly, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm a millennial who is tired of this uphill battle, but I've been energized by you. Happy 400th. So glad to know you're doing this work. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate you for the kind words and the very, very kind donation. Same thing to you, Joseph. Thank you for the $40, who says, happy 400th episode, my friend. Keep up the good work. I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you, you guys. Y'all have been so fucking kind today. So thank you so much, Joseph. 400 Joseph W's. Thank you so much. Thank you. And as well as Jessica, thank you for that $15 donation. And Lori, thank you for the 10. And Angel, thank you for the $20. Who says, happy 400th episode. Thank you so much, Angel. And AK, thank you for the $25. Who says, love you, Dean. Here's another 25. Can you tell me what your end game is in terms of debating? Like, what do you aspire to be besides being an educator to us? I don't know. My long-term goals definitely aspire to aim higher.
President.
Than, I don't know about the presidency.
Dean for president. No, fuck it. I said it. Let's do it.
I couldn't do that, man. You know,
would be stressful.
I think in order to be president, you kind of got to be narcissistic, and well, I think that's it. You really have to be narcissistic to be president. I think that if we look at like pretty much every president we've ever seen, there's like some level of narcissism, and like something else, some level of like indifference. I don't know. And the reason why I say that is because of just the stress that comes with that position.
Oh, and you took what I was about to say. Dang it, Dean.
Yeah, and I just think that like a non-narcissistic individual with like no level of like indifference or a little bit of like being just a little bit of a sociopath. Like, I just don't think that you could do it. I just don't think that you could do it, man.
I think that, like, and that's the hard part that I have with the people that were willing to vote for Donald Trump, understanding how the presidency ages you, like literally understanding like the wear and tear and stress, and like the people that go in, they go in normally with like black hair or whatever, and they come out gray, and it takes a lot. So yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah. Or, I mean, let's like look at like, for example, like an example of a president who doesn't seem to be pretty sociopathic or narcissistic. Obama. Bro, age like 30 years and 4, man. Holy shit.
Or you just get ran out like Jimmy Carter. I mean, you know.
Right. No, exactly. Yeah. Jimmy Carter, good dude. Well, yeah, he got ran the hell out of there. Thank you so much, Robert, for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate you. And Scott, thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal, who says, I can see you being, quote unquote, let down by these callers because, quote unquote, fake plastic trees can present better arguments. However, this is simply an indication of the jigsaw falling into place for the Dems and the midterms and next general. Oh, yeah, the fact that the guests are getting worse just means that less people support Trump. Then we have one over on Super Chat. Thank you, S, for the $20. He says, keep up the good fight. This Utah mama loves you. Thank you so much, S. And I appreciate you for being anti-Trump out there in Utah. That's a rarity. That's a rarity. And oh my God, Sophia, this just came in. Thank you so much for the $400 donation on PayPal.
Go, Sophia.
Oh my God. I want to see 4,000 Sophia W's. Jesus.
That's
Sophia with the
bang.
$400 donation says, happy 400th episodes. Thank you for what you do. Here's to the next 400. That's crazy, bro. Yo, listen. Thank you, Sophia. Genuinely, thank you. You guys don't need to be doing that, though, because we're going to be doing these debates for a while. Let me tell you, I remember when we hit our 100th episode, there was a handful of like really kind people that sent in $100 donations. Then I remember when we hit our 200th episode, there's a couple of people who sent in $200 donations. Then I remember when we hit our 365th episode, you know, the 1 year, there was a couple people who sent in $365 donations. And now we're at the 400th episode, and we got people like Sophia out here dropping $400. First and foremost, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so very much for the love. But y'all do not have to keep this up. You know what I mean? Like, when we're on our 500th episode, it's going to come faster than you know. You do not need to be donating $500, all right? But just know that I really appreciate you on a very real note. That is beyond kind, and I'm so very grateful for you. And that is just fucking unreal. Like genuinely, it is unreal. I that's not something I have ever or will ever deserve, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Show some love to Sophia. Somebody in the chat saying that I look rough. I probably look tired because I am very, very, very tired.
I was just about to say, have you been getting any sleep?
Oh, yeah, I have been getting sleep. I have just been working out a lot harder than I have in the past. And that's caused my body to be very, 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 very sore.
That makes sense.
I think that, you know, maybe because of that, my body is needing a little bit more sleep than I'm giving it.
How much protein are you getting?
Well, I aim for like 1.1 through 1.8 grams of protein per pound of my weight. But that's a hard goal to meet, you know, because I only do 2 meals a day because of the live stream.
Yeah.
So it's
and
really...
You have to eat your protein. Like shakes and stuff are kind of trash, so you definitely have to eat it.
Yeah, and that's hard for me, man. That's really hard for me. Because I also just don't have too much time to cook. You know, I do a lot of eating out. But I've been trying to reel that in because, you know, I want to stay healthy. But admittedly, I live a pretty sedentary lifestyle. I mean, clearly, I sit in my chair for 4 hours a day, plus like another couple hours off stream just doing research. So I'm like trying to kick my body into high gear here, get in good shape, but it's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm blessed the fact that my wife is like an amazing cook, and then you know, she watches what I eat and watches my protein, and at any time she can just whip up an amazing steak. So like
That's awesome.
I am in a great place. So
Yeah, you know, for like me and her, I like cooking a lot, but I don't have a lot of time. And then she doesn't like cooking at home because she cooks for her job. I guess new girlfriend lore. So like when she like gets off work and she's been cooking for like 6 to 7 hours, you know, like she doesn't want to cook. So then neither of us want to cook because we don't have enough time. But, you know, got to do it. Got to stay on top of it. Going to start meal planning. Or maybe, you know what else I've been looking into, Santana? I have been trying to get in like some type of sponsorship from like a food delivery service.
Yep.
Like HelloFresh, for instance. I saw that they posted some anti-Trump shit on their Instagram account.
did they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. We used to do HelloFresh all the time. If you could do that, then I'm telling you, it's the best way to go. Especially if, you know, you should reach out to them.
I know. I did. So I did. I submitted an application for a sponsorship. So that would be cool. I would happily promote the fuck out of their products if it meant I just got all these meals for free in the mail. I'd love that.
And their food is really good. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried it, but we used to do that for a while. And I mean, like, it's super convenient and it's really good meals.
That's nice. Yeah. See, the closest thing I've been able to get to a really good microwavable meal is Gordon Ramsay's microwavable meals. He launched a line. They're rather like not too many people know about them, but they're great. They're really, really, really good. I like that guy. I like Gordon Ramsay a lot. Fun fact about me, me and my girlfriend spend so much time watching his shows. Like, we've watched 10 seasons of Hell's Kitchen. We watched his outdoor show where he just go to different countries and explore their local foods. All of his like restaurant renovation shows. We are like D1 Gordon Ramsay fans.
Yeah. Well, quick story. My wife and I, we were in Vegas, and you know they have the Hell's Kitchen in Vegas, right?
Oh yeah.
And
Trust
so
me, I know. Oh yeah.
We made a reservation, but the reservations are booked like a year in advance. And I thought that I made a reservation for when we were going to be in Vegas. Actually, I had made an earlier one, and then I canceled it, and then I made another one, but I didn't realize it was for the year before. And we went to Hell's Kitchen, and I was like, hey, you know, we have a reservation. And they were like, oh, we don't see a reservation. And so I pulled it up, and I noticed that it wasn't, you know, it wasn't for then, it was for a year later. And I was like, huh, it looks like somehow you guys canceled my reservation. And I was like, oh, really? I was like, yeah. And they was like, oh, okay. Well, let's see if we can squeeze you in. So we ended up getting in and eating.
Ooh. That's funny as hell, dude. That's a great story. I love that.
Yeah.
Did you try the bread pudding?
No. I think my wife did. I'm not a big dessert person. Of course, I had the steak. I should have went with the beef Wellington, but I had the steak.
Yeah, a good beef Wellington is great. Yeah. I love a good beef Wellington. Yeah. But anyways, I guess we're gonna go ahead and end for the day. Santana, I appreciate you for coming up.
Thank you for having me up. I'm hop off.
Awesome, man. You have a good rest of your day.
Yep.
For everybody who is still hanging out with us, if you're on YouTube, make sure to drop a sub on your way out that door. Costs nothing. Go live every day. Same thing on TikTok. Make sure to hit that follow button, folks. Costs nothing. Go live every day. Same thing I was saying to YouTube, right? It's incredible. See you all tomorrow. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye.